Good morning, everyone. My name is Imani from Zizi Africa Foundation.
Wow, can we appreciate them? Zizi Africa has walked this journey with us. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Nahashon Kiari from Kabuna Technical Training Institute.
Wow, Kabuna all the way from the hills. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Dr. Simon Wanang from the University of Eldoret.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Professor Peter Mboto from Moi University.
Thank you very much. Moi University, we still remember CHEP. We say CHEP was our baby many years ago. It grew from here. And so for the rest of our guests and our officer from the ministry, RVTTI has been a launching pad for very many institutions. Yesterday we had many of our mentees grace the occasion, and today they had to go back and do the needful. We still have other guests this side. Karibu Ndugu.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Maura from Masai Technical from Kajiado.
Thank you, all the way from Kajiado. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mr. Gorgeous from Kaiboi Technical Training Institute.
Kaiboi, karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mushe from Bika Technical Training Institute.
Wow. Thank you, all the way from the big city. These days we are also a city, but a small city. Karibu sana. Anyone we have left out? The presenters? Or part of the presenters have stood? No? Yes, presenters? I know you still have an opportunity to say hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm Dosan Bonde from Adventist University of Africa.
Wow. Thank you so much. Karibu sana. Any other presenter?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Leonard Aro from RVTTI.
Oh wow, this is our own. You can see we are not left behind. Thank you for being there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kevin Nana from Garissa University.
Garissa University. Karibu sana, we are really honored to have you. Thank you. Any other? I'm told kuna somebody, usibaki nyuma. He has forgotten his presenting. Please do. Or he had introduced himself. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have other partners, other than the presenters. We have partners, corporate partners. Yesterday we had Goethe Institute. We had System 1, though we did not introduce them. Which other partner did we have? They may not be here today, but if they're here, we still appreciate and recognize your support. We had other funders that were with us, the NSSF, the Standard Media Group, and many others that we may not mention now. We want to say karibu sana. And finally, we have partners, the GIZ. They have been our good friends for a while. I just want to request that they say hello. I know they'll be presenting. Karibu sana. Who goes first?
Good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Sam Simiu. I work with the GFA-GIZ Agri-Jobs for Youth project, which is based in Kisumu, but with regional presence within 5 counties of Western Kenya. I have my team.
I'm Janko. How is everybody? Yeah, I am working for GFA Consulting Group on behalf of GIZ, where we implement agricultural TVET courses. We're working with 13 partner training institutions around Western Kenya, majority coming from Ministry of Education, quite a number under the counties and a couple of private training providers. We have thus far trained 4,000 youth in short-term skills, of which many have started their own businesses. So we're strong believers in short-term training, and later we'll have the honor to show you how to cost your courses in the future, because the ministry wants you to know how to cost your course correctly. So we'll be doing a presentation later. We worked a long time with our friend Lloyd when she was working in Sangalo Technical Institute. And we're always happy to come back and see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We are working closely with their, I don't know if to call their twin, KFW. They were here with us this Monday, so we are hoping that we will have more partners through the GIZ. And I wanted to say, I think maybe the office of the director will be able to say more, but I think GIZ funded us many years ago, and that's why we have the garage at RVTTI. And the vehicle that was our, should I say our second utility vehicle after Kombi. We have KAD, courtesy of that program. So really, GIZ has been our friend. Maybe many of us may not know, because along the way, I think the ship went to Western and we seem to have lost track. But thank you again for coming. Colleagues, I do not want to take more time. I just want to request our chief guest today to just say good morning. He will have a session during the afternoon. Just good morning.
I'm Chief Principal, all the guests, partners, the industry, presenters, facilitators, and students. Good morning. This is a great day. I wasn't here yesterday, but the report I have is that a lot of work has been done. I've had a look at the abstracts of a number of the presentations. It's very exciting that we as Africans, as people, young people, we are thinking about how to make ourselves sustainable. And the presentations here show a lot of hope. TVET certainly is the way to go. And we are learning a lot from Germany. The Germans have big projects in the TVET sector. And we also know that a lot of work that the Germans put in place has made Germany a great country in terms of technology and technical skills. So this conference is big. I'm happy I'm here to say we will make more presentations in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to request that we appreciate people when they are alive and when they are good. The time will come when we can. Don't be so mean with the claps. It's not too much to clap. Does it cost us so much? Yeah, I noticed sometimes we, in other places, when you say a point, they sincerely appreciate you, right? Just a clap would do. Shower. You don't need to say much, but let's appreciate people. It gives someone the energy to do even much more. So we appreciate you for coming, and we appreciate the support that we get from the ministry, and of course from all our partners. The editorial board, we are here because of you, and we cannot say thank you enough for the work that you do behind the scenes and be able to pull through such a great occasion. Thank you. So we have teams all the way from South Africa. I'm told presenters from Tunisia. I hope it's there. From, of course, Nigeria, our big brother. Algeria, and then Kenya. And obviously, Germany. You have seen here in this room, we have 2 citizens. I don't know if you're still a citizen. Ralph is a Kenyan, he tells me so. But we have Gesine here from Germany. And yesterday we had a team from Goethe Institute. So colleagues, let's enjoy today's presentation and learn from each of the presentation. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal. Can we clap for her? Thank you, our guests, for gracing this occasion. We are happy and we are grateful. Now, all of us have been assembled here from all the four tracks, and we are going to have presentation here. And these presentations are going to be insightful and very, very enlightening. So we have our partners here. They are going to present. And then we also have our presenters with research papers. They are going to do that. So that is not going to be my work. This one is going to be led by the session chair, who is Professor Mboto. And at this point, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome Professor Mboto to take us through this presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, morning again. Morning. I think we are welcome to this session that we are about to start. We are going to have three presentations. And I would recommend that we allow the three presentations to take place. Then after that, we can be able to come in and ask any questions and comments from the presenters. So without wasting any more time, we have one, Dr. Mike, you're there, you're ready. Can you give us your slide? Mark is going to make a presentation, the dual technical and vocational education training model, a comparative review of Germany, Switzerland, and Australia, and their potential lessons for the Republic of Kenya. So I'm sure we can be able now to see that comparative analysis of the various countries out there and how they compare with what we do. Okay. So, Mark, you're welcome. We're going to give you about maximum 15 minutes. Yeah, so that we can be able to then. So welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. The chief guests, our invited guests, industry players, the principal, the members of staff and colleagues, and also students. For the second time, good morning. Good morning. I'll be presenting on a comparative analysis on the dual technical and vocational education training model. Then I'll be briefly comparing what the Germans do, the Switzerland do, and Australia, and see what the country of Kenya, that cater for the needs not only of industry, but also to contribute to economic growth. So Kenya has started the process of adopting dual technical training and vocational training, and of course we are adopting the the German model. This program of dual technical and vocational educational training involves two things. It involves both industry and class, and as we have noted or we have seen, the Kenya government is also trying to adopt the same for our country. So the primary objective of this paper is to conduct a comprehensive analysis of selected countries that have been successful. Of course, in my research, I think around 8 countries have successfully implemented, but I chose the 3 because their models look slightly similar, and apart from them looking very similar, the models are successful. So we'll focus on Germany, Swiss, and Austrian model and see how and what we can learn. So we evaluate the key components, the success, the challenges, and a few lessons from whatever it is. So in Kenya, of course, the TVET sector has undergone and is currently undergoing major reforms. Of course, the aim of the major reforms by the government is to provide learners with practical skills and knowledge. And this knowledge is supposed to align with the needs of the industry. And therefore, in return, it is assumed that it is going to promote employability and it is also going to promote entrepreneurship. So there are several acts that the government has worked on to change the TVET program. So in dual TVET programs are characterized by a combination of theoretical classroom-based learning activities and practical on-job training. What happens is that this provides students with first skills and two, experience that is needed to succeed in this workforce. And therefore, the program integrates both. The importance of this to economic development is that, considering some countries like Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, it is noted that this dual training has provided a vital role in promoting economic development. In Germany, the dual apprenticeship system plays a key role in maintaining a highly skilled labor in the process, contributing to the country's economic competitiveness. Of course, industry in Kenya complain that after people have been trained, when they go there, they still have to be retrained. So this dual process eliminates the need for retraining. On the other hand, for the Switzerland system, it provides something that is robust and it has precision in it, precision in industry. As we are going to look further, they have what is referred to as specialized training in their system. And it's the same for the Austria system. So we have to look at first the German dual apprenticeship system. So for all, there are many systems, but the German one is considered superior, and it's called a gold standard in TVET. And it actually serves as a model in many countries, including Kenya. I think we are trying to adopt the German system. The system operates on the principle of combining both theoretical training in vocational schools and practical training in companies. Research suggests that for the German system, typically you spend more time at the workplace than actually in school. And you find there are some systems that you go for 3 days in the industry and you come for 2 days in the schools. Then this system is worked on by industry. It's not just a system for the schools. It's worked by a combination of people. So part of the group that work on it is the Chambers of Industry. Our Kenyan equivalent, I believe, is the Chamber of Commerce. Then they have a Chamber of Crafts. I don't know whether Kenya has an equivalent. These ones are the ones that play a major role in organizing. Then they oversee apprenticeship. They oversee apprenticeship contracts. For example, if you now work somewhere for 3 days, what are the contracts, or how are you remunerated, or how do you learn? So they have institutions that gather and ensure that the process works well. And finally, their curriculum is designed together. They work with companies and the chambers of commerce and so forth to ensure that it meets the standards of the labor market, which of course we know are continuously changing. So their successes, it has been noted that the system has achieved quite a lot of success. That's why it's actually referred to as the gold standard. And one of the major things that it has provided is that there is a seamless transition. That is, once somebody comes from school or finishes the apprenticeship program, when they enter the industry system, it is seamless. They don't need to be retrained, they don't need to learn anything. It's a seamless transition. So this is the major success that the German system has as compared to the other ones. However, as every other process, they have their own challenges, which Kenya can learn from. The main challenge being that there is a gender problem in TVET. Males are usually prefer these things to female. And additionally, the system has rigid structures that are not easily adaptable to the needs of the industries. Of course, education and industry, when they work together, there are things education think are important, there are things that the industry think are important. Sometimes there's a clash between the two. So in the Swiss model, they implement the same thing, but they have a slight difference in that when you look at their model, they institutionalize it so that there are around 230 different professions that are in the system. So apart from institutionalizing it, it's extremely specialized. Like, if you want to do, for example, electrical engineering, and you want something specific, you can, apart from the general training from that, you can learn that specific line. So that if you are not interested in these other things of the same engineering, you apart from knowing, you become a specialist on that thing. Of course, it has a disadvantage. You will know one thing and know very few things. But it also has its own disadvantage. You can be a specialist in something. So the other major thing that they have is they have regional specificity. For example, in our case, if you are to do agriculture, then they will train people of Rift Valley how to be specific to the crops that are grown in Rift Valley, like maize and so forth. So whereas the other system is general, this one is very specific. You will not be a farmer of everything. You will be told that because your region is suitable for, say, maize, what else do you do? Wheat. Yeah. You find that you will do a lot of learning on how to do maize, how to do wheat. Whatever you are doing will be agriculture, but at the end, you will be specifically special for that thing. So that is also the advantage of the Swiss system. Of course, its disadvantage is if you move to another region, you can't do anything else. Of course, you can learn anything. So they also have a very strong industry partnership. And for their case, it is the industry that do quality assurance to ensure that the program is well managed. Of course, for our case, it is NEC and the others that do quality assurance. For them, it is the industry. You are certified at several levels. First at the school, then at the industry, making it a fairly good system. So, it has its own success and its own challenges. I'll just look at the challenges. It has the potential of exclusion of disadvantaged young people. Of course, it has its disadvantage, as I've been saying. It's extremely specific. But the other details are in the paper. We usually say the details are in the paper. You take time to read so that you get more. So the Austrian model is also good. It emphasizes of integration of learning in both settings.
Okay, thank you. You've actually done your presentation with you, and we appreciate what you've shared with us. And I'm sure when the time comes, we'll be able to learn more or ask more on the presentation that you have done. Because these models, I think, are very crucial. As a country in Kenya, we know debate is the way to go. And we need to know what are the other countries out there doing. And then much we copy from there, we can be able to really upscale our approach in addressing our human resource issues. So let's now welcome the second presenter. Ready? Okay, I think I'm being advised that maybe we could finish with Dr. Mark's presentation on this debate model, then when the other presenter comes, we can also have questions and issues that we need clarified or reactions from the floor. So let me then open this to the members or any other people that would want to raise questions or seek clarification from the just ended presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a product of the dual system in Germany. I went and did an apprenticeship in automobile mechanics, and 3-year apprenticeship. Beautiful, because even I could get some pocket money when I was training. And like Doctor said, it's very hands-on, very realistic, and it's very related to the world of work and practical training. The beauty of the system that I went through is in Germany, you can then, after working a few years, you become a master mechanic, which allows you to train others. Later you can study engineering, which I did. I became an automobile engineer, and later I could do my master's and whatever. As a good stepping stone to moving the career path upwards, which is really good. One key point that maybe, sorry Dr. you forgot to say, is that all three countries, I also worked 19 years with Swiss, is that it's the private sector who leads the whole process and finances the highest part of the training costs. And that is a big shift that we have to reach one day in Kenya, is to get the private sector to invest in training, not only by training, but also by investing in the cost of running training. And the ministry's role is more the regulatory role of the training. So those are key areas that need to be looked at, in my opinion, in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a good comment, good recommendation on what we need to do as a country. Okay, you have,
Thank you very much for this presentation. I think the topic is very, very interesting. And among the challenges you raised, there was this issue of the industry. I just wondered in terms of the application. So if you consider maybe this city of Eldoret, so do we have enough industries that can absorb the students if we go by this model? So I see there might be that challenge of the critical number of available industries that can receive the students. So maybe we can elaborate more on that.
thank you. There's another question. Okay, about next.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm interested in knowing in your paper if you did maybe what is the GDP of maybe one of the countries. And then you explained about this reduced unemployment. And also there was somewhere you quoted there is gender disparities in some of the industries. They decide to take maybe men in some trade areas. So my question is, the same problems, they are there in your paper. Okay, there is the positive side of reduced unemployment, but again there is gender disparity. So did you give a recommendation for gender disparity from the countries, and then we will have it as our base, we get our base in this country? And also poverty level. I don't know if you talk about economic development, the use of the debate for economic employment, for economic development. So what is their poverty level? There is no poverty in Germany, or there is no poverty in Austria. Those are the questions in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I think my concerns are kind of about the last question that was asked, and the other one that was asked by my brother there. The one that was raised by my brother came in yesterday about the industries, and are they able to support what we absorb our students? And bearing in mind that we've done a comparative study of 3 models in 3 countries, could we perhaps look at the ratio, or I don't know whether the study has looked into the ratio, and if there is any disparity in the comparison, what are we supposed to do perhaps even in the conclusion that you made, now that there is that gap rising from the comparison that you've done, what do we need to do as a country? Because, as he has said, there may not be enough industries to absorb our students to work in those industries. And perhaps that would also inform the adjustment or reworking of our policy framework from the government side, such that they provide incentives to the industry such that they are able to absorb these students or these trainees. Finally, in the conclusion, you say that these models or these approaches have helped to reduce the level of unemployment. Perhaps, I don't know whether in the main paper you have provided the statistics, maybe of a period of time to compare the leader or to compare the country or to motivate the country to go this way or adopting this one.
You don't meet the requirements. So the purpose of TPS, at least as per the government's projection, is that you can self-employ yourself. There are courses that do not necessarily need you to be in the industry. Right? What the training offers you is a chance to put your level at industry quality. So that after you are an industry quality motor vehicle workmanship, you can start your own. We are trying to eliminate the quacks that are in the system, who actually lead to unemployment. So we looked at those models and gave the possible outcomes. It reduces poverty level in that it offers people self-employment, employment. Industry cannot absorb everybody. It's a worldwide problem. Industries cannot absorb everybody. Actually, the land where in this country is private. So governments and so forth cannot employ everybody that is in the system. But what we want is that by the time these people are going outside, they have industry level quality skills. What we can do is we can look at what they have done. If it's successful, we can adopt. Then there are systems that may not necessarily fit our model. So because they may not necessarily fit our model, we can choose not to adopt them. But the good must be taken. I can't say the bad, but what shall apply to us and also can be left out. Yeah. I believe I've answered all your concerns. It's the industries that can answer. There are some things that, in as much as we can put our observation, require a policy shift. I don't know whether our industries can accept to train at their costs. I am not sure. But if they are profitable enough, I believe they can.
It's industry, government cannot provide taking entrepreneurship should be part and parcel of the program. And it should be built in right from the onset as fundamental to the success of the program. That's what I want to point.
Okay.
We have to relativize because there's examples here in Kenya, even there's a Swiss organization called Swiss Motors. They're piloting dual training, working together with bureaucrats. They're training the trainers of the bureaucrat to do the practical training in the enterprise, and in turn they're training the apprentices. So it can be done even in small-scale industries. It doesn't have to be only the big-scale industries. One must consider the trainers, training of industrial mentors to do the training. There's many cases in Abidjan, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Benin, in West Africa mainly, where dual training has taken off since 20 years. And it's going, don't have a fixation in big enterprises. Big enterprises to do dual training, no. But you have to be willing to invest in building the capacities of the industry to conduct the training.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is quite an interesting topic, the role she led, the dual system. Kenya has not really failed in trying some of these things. They have. And it's not true that the industry doesn't pay for training. They do. There's the Kenya training levy by the Minister of Labor. And every industry that actually does production pays for labor. Initially, that levy was very useful because there were industries were just starting and they required manpower. So they would actually pay the levy and also send the students to 3 training centers. There was one in Kisumu, one in Nairobi, one in Mombasa. They did well. And the industries trained people until they got enough manpower. We cannot train it, we cannot employ anymore. But they still continue training. But as they train, they give the trainees their own, by themselves. And so it was easier for the industry now to pay the levy and not train anybody. And that happened. With regard to training students for self-employment, the very early stages of technical training institutions in this country were actually based on students learning and then going home and studying their own institutes for a training institute in Africa when this was they were based on that model. They also trained people who actually were creating jobs for themselves. That's why this sector was also separated. So it's not that they hasn't tried these things. They have. But the systems themselves are actually sorted them up themselves out. For example, the RVTTI Institute of Technology were absorbed into the government now. And that's where some of the technical training institutes are, some of the polytechnics come from that as well. So I think, in my opinion, if we have to adapt the ratio system of the Germans, or the dual system, then we need to have deeper studies in this to see whether it's possible to employ the students that we are having in the private industry. Perhaps it's not. And it's not that the industry is not going to pay. They already paid. They pay the training levy. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think those are good comments. Which I think I can see there is a question, please.
It's not really a question.
Or a comment.
It's a comment. First of all, I would say this presentation is a very nice.
But you have to consider. I think as up to that point, let's allow the second presenter. That's GIZ.
Is this one working? Yes. So we have a very complex project where our part, the actual TVET component, is just one component of sector. So the total of the project is called agri-jobs for youth. And if you look at the left side, for you the left side, it's more about labor demand that's working with TVET institutions. And of course the middle part is more about matching demand and supply in training. And then we have other components that relate to policy level, where we work with the governments, especially the local governments, the county governments, in developing these proactive youth training systems. So our component is focusing mainly on the severe and action for the environment, or the supply.
How long were the short courses? What duration were they being offered?
They were basically 4 weeks.
4 weeks, yeah?
Yes.
How much were you charging maybe for the short course? That's about a month, I would presume.
I'm just going to give you the correct figures.
Okay.
Okay. I can get it just before we conclude. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you for use you as an example. Who else has been offering short courses within their context? Anyone? Yes, please.
Yes, thanks.
Just shout and hear.
Thank you. It's a short term, 3-month kind of training.
3 months.
Value chain training.
Value chain training, specifically in which area maybe?
Yeah, horticulture.
Horticulture. How much is the cost?
The cost in terms of fees? Yeah, there is a lot of dynamic in the project because it's more agripreneurship. Yeah, we offer training. Then after training, we link the trainees to mentors.
Okay.
After getting the mentors, then we also expose them to a 3-month kind of attachment.
Very good. So considering all those dynamics, roughly how much? Let's say I'm a student, I'm interested in coming to study your course. I meet you and I ask you how much is the cost. What would you say?
For fees, we have a cost of around 30,000.
Around 30,000.
Then there's also some logistics involved. For example, transport.
Okay. Fair enough. If a parent was again to pin you down and tell you to break down specifically what the components that make up the 30,000, you have the basis?
Yes, the 30,000 covers fees.
Okay. For how long have you been offering the course?
It's now two years since we started the project.
Okay. Is it profitable for the institution or you are doing charity work?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention this.
Yeah.
This is a project that you're implementing. We are in the private sector.
It's a project.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me. Let's appreciate it. This one, maybe consumables, let's give it 10,000. Trainers, maybe, let's give them 5,000. Maybe membership or whatever, let's give it another 5,000. The cost will be 50,000. It's done. We prepare the adverts and then we put them out there. The trainees are very interested and, they jump onto the courses. Then, we have it maybe running for a couple of months or years. But if we were to sit down probably and look at whatever we are offering, there are higher possibilities that probably we have overlooked certain aspects. For instance, if your trainees are taking the 3 months of the course that my colleague mentioned, it's possible that these trainees come to this institution, they are consuming electricity. True or true? Okay, true or false? It's true, right? They also use internet. Or is it that trainees, maybe for short courses, when they come to the institution, you work them out and is that the case? The little nowadays, even if you password protocol, simplifying the Wi-Fi password. Is it true? Or from this region, they don't. Well, where I come from, they will definitely find the password. So, the question, or rather the point that I'm making with regards to that is that there is need for a comprehensive, costing of a course, all right? In such a way that if you are an institution offering this course, there is demand driven, my colleague here, Odera, also did mention, offering a course that is demanded by the industry, all right? In such a way that, you don't offer it probably once and then, it is done, because probably you are running at a loss. Having given that kind of a background of context, we have been partnering with institutions within the 5 counties of Western Kenya through support that comes in the form of local subsidy agreements. What this means is that the institutions are supported financially to offer the short courses. The question in the process of implementation was what happens after we have left?
the good news, the good and bad news is that we are living in 2 weeks. Literally 1 month. 1 month, but I should have said we are living in 4 weeks. So, present the 2 weeks. What happens after we have left? Okay? And probably this is a question that probably even other institutions still within the region probably are grappling with. And they say that the sustainability of short courses has always been at stake. So,
in a bid to answer this question, we
set
to develop a sustainable financing mechanism for short courses. Sustainable financing mechanism. Why am I saying sustainable? My colleague and even the rest of the presenters have been mentioning a lot to do with the collaboration with the private sector, with regards to offering of TVET or competency-based courses. One of the challenges, as most of you may agree, is that especially the youth, they do not have the luxury of time probably to be maybe within an institutional setup, sometimes for a very long time, for a whole year, for 2 years and the likes, okay? They are very busy, they have a lot of things that are, pushing them. In the youth terms, they will say, Masani mengi, or mambo ni mengi, Masani, yeah, meaning that we have a lot of things to attend to, but the time is not there, right? So, what this means is that, like he said, their courses, 3 months, he said, is given as an example of 4 weeks or 1 month courses. The short courses that are especially demand-driven, they offer flexibility to our youth. They can come in, take them flexibly for maybe a month, 2 months or 3 months, and then they can even be doing other things alongside studying. At the end of the day, they have a skill which they can easily monetize. And again, falling back to what Odera said, they can become either self-employed or they can even be employed in an enterprise. Are we together up to that point? The other point here is that demand-driven. You are in a context of an institution, maybe it's ZIWA, technical, or RVTTI for also as an example, and you have people from around, the youth, who are saying, we find a lot of demand in terms of this area. We want to learn just this skill, okay? We want to learn this skill for a month or for 2 or 3 months and then just go out and continue because already there is market from around the region, right? So that is how, or these are some of the things that we considered in terms of when we are talking about the sustainability of short courses. Of course, in collaboration with the private sector, a point that my colleague and also the rest of us have largely been pointing towards. So, because of that, it's also important that, especially I want to lay emphasis to the second point in terms of costing, because sometimes the costs that we have attached to courses have been arbitrary, okay? Let's say Madam Principal here is seated, and then we have another person here, BC, and then they say, we want to offer this short course, how much? Then Madam says, this one will give you 20,000. But because she's the principal, whatever she says is equivalent to law. Does it happen in your institution? Guys, are we communicating? So that when the principal says 20,000, because she's the highest authority, the other people, even if they had points, they will talk those points outside, but the principal said so it is a done deal, right? And probably there was no, clear or clear consideration in terms of the actual cost or everything surrounding that cost that will ensure that as an institution, as we offer that cost, we are not running at a loss. because we are using equipment, we are investing in terms of time and all that, all right? So that is why the cost needs to cover the entirety of all that is required with regards to offering a particular course, right? So that is a very important point. Another thing that I would probably love also to mention is that there has been the offer of the long courses, right? And as you would agree with me, for instance, the government has been supporting, trainee or beneficiary with a capitation of 30,000. True or true? How many are students here? I saw a group of students. Is it true you have been getting some capitation of 30,000? Eh? It's true, right? Right. Then of course, roughly it was coming to 56 if I'm not wrong. And so the capitation of 30, and then you find how you can fund the remaining. So generally there's been a gap in terms of the support for short courses through capitation, right? So what this means is that even as an institution, as we plan to roll out these short and modularized courses, there is need to also see how exactly are we going to cover this cost in such a way that we do not run at a loss. And of course, the majority of the institutions, as you would be aware, through the income generating policy, most institutions are mandated to offer or to undertake income generating units that also contribute to the funding within the institution. So we conducted a scoping. Scoping is, as you would understand, generally a needs assessment. Of course, in collaboration with the partner institutions that we were working with. And so the model is premised on the context of the institutions that we were working with, majorly this original 7. And then we also have, we sampled a few private sector enterprises or companies that we also engaged. What did we find out in terms of funding categories for the short courses? We had course fees, then we had possibilities of generating income through practical income, then we had also value addition. We had suppliers in value chain, services, commercial farming, workplaces as a training, or training places as workplaces, and also linking to long-term programs. Having evaluated all these categories that we identified through the scoping, we narrow down to those ones that we have that are highlighted in red as the possible funding categories for short courses. That brings me to the main part of the presentation of what exactly does the costing and funding model help us to achieve. It is important to note that the model is together, okay? So the sustainable financing mechanism is made up of two components. On the left, we have the costing component. Of course, looking at the definition of funding, you cannot fund what you do not know, right? You need to get the actual cost so that even as you fund, you know that it's covering the entirety of the cost as pertains to that cost. So the model that we developed helps us in terms of the costing component. It could be the agriculture department, maybe planning to offer 3 or 4 short courses. So if it's for that case, then you have an average cost for all the short courses. Then you also have the average cost per short course. Then you also have the cost per learner, in such a way that if at the end of the day you even make that cost, you have a rationale that you can use to justify the cost of your short course. On the right side is the funding model. Now, having established the actual cost of the course, institution A, based on those themes or categories, they may not be applicable to all institutions. So the costing component of the model helps us, of course, like I've said, to establish the actual cost for the course, and that can further, or rather is broken down up to the cost for each individual student. Then based on the themes that are highlighted here, an institution could be having possibilities of offering or, carrying out commercial farming. Maybe that is what is applicable to their context. So based on that, they could use that to, fund proceeds from commercial farming can easily be used to also support the offering of short courses. So I will move further to highlight that, but there was no electricity, so I also lost. You have added a bit more time. Okay, now I will be a little bit fast moving forward. What we need to remember is that the model is first of all based on assumptions, all right? And so these assumptions could be facts, okay? For instance, how many hours probably there are within, or how many hours probably as a trainer who will be offering or supporting the offering of that short courses, how many hours are they contracted, maybe how many working days do we have in a year, and the like. So some of them could be facts, some of them could be calculations. And it is also important to note that the assumptions need to be right, because the text within maybe the assumptions. The next thing that the costing component of the model also considers is a human resource, and sometimes maybe we are having a short course that is costing a month, but we are only factoring maybe the cost of the trainer. Yet we have maybe a technician, we have a lab assistant, we have a pharmacist who also somehow indirectly or directly contribute towards the offering of the same course. So this model captures that. Then we also have other costs, and this is where we are looking at the consumables and aspects of the equipment, because of even the issues of wear and tear that even trainees of these short competency-based courses are able to utilize. Other than the equipment and consumables, combination of several worksheets that interact with one another. So based on all that, it's quite comprehensive. But based on all that, you are able to come up with the average cost of a course. Let me just shift here slightly. Yes, and when I'm talking about the overheads, we are talking about electricity and all that. So at the end of the day, based on whatever short course is on offer, you are able to establish the overall cost per learner, okay, for that particular short course. Are we together up to that point? Okay. Good. So once you have established the cost of the short course, then an institution determines what of these funding categories can be used to support the short courses. Okay, and based on that, an institution identifies identifies which team is applicable to them. And for instance, we are offering this course and we say a trainee is supposed to pay strictly that fee. We are not subsidizing, we are not doing anything. So that means the cost per learner will be that. All right? Okay? Let me move forward. So the first theme, as you saw on the other side, is the charging of course fee. Okay? An institution is just to charge a course fee. So what this means is if we charge course fee that is at 100%, then we are saying there is not another theme that is being used to support the offering of this short courses. That is why you find that the total cost will be covered from other sources. Now those themes becomes zero. Are we together? Okay? But in case we say that within our context, these trainees are vulnerable and of this cost, they can only, let's say we give them maybe 60%, okay? Remember, we want to make sure that the institution is also not running at a loss. So 60% of the 21,000 which we have established to be the cost of the course, right? That means the trainee is paying 12,000, and then we have an extra 8,000 to be covered from the other themes. Okay? So it goes all the way based on the themes that I highlighted previously, whether it's from value addition, whether it's from training spaces as workspaces, whereby maybe people from the surrounding, the institution has equipment, maybe for value addition or for processing, and so someone can easily come and use it, then pay certain cost to the institution. Then we have the last theme, which is knowledge sharing, or within our context, this could be extension or consulting. That would be that especially trainers, for instance, from within that department, they could also be, if it's institutionalized or allowed, then some of the proceeds from consulting or extension can be plowed back to also support the short process. The last point. Yes, so what we have here is that the model, and as you would see probably from the Excel in the lineup there, is that there are several embedded formulae from within the model. So remember, we established that the cost of the course was 21,000, and then let's go back to that. Yes, we established the cost of the course, for instance, looking at all those things to be 21,000. And then we have considered, assuming this is an institution that has all these several other models applying, what that would mean is that at the end of the day, an institution is able to know that from all this income, maybe from commercial farming, remember the total cost when we add from all those other themes is coming to about 12,000. And remember that we said trainees, we are only maybe based on the context, allowing them to pay just a certain percentage. So when we less what is to be covered from the payment of the trainee or covering the fee, then we have this row 18 to 20, which now helps us to identify whether an institution is operating at a loss or is operating at a profit with regards to the offering of that short course. Of course, when it comes to, when you find a negative, then the institution is operating at a loss, but when you find it at a positive, then the institution is operating at a profit. Let me round up by, just a minute, let me round up by mentioning that other than this model, or rather to guide the operationalization of this model, we have manuals. a manual that guides you, in terms of how to maneuver around when you are dealing with the model. And this is so far the third version of the model. We had the first version, and through interaction and the use of the model within the institutions that I mentioned, we have been able to update it over time. And it's password protected to ensure that the formulae which are embedded within the model are not tampered with. Let me stop there and allow probably reaction from.
Yeah. Thank you, Sam. I think we give him a clap. We know financing projects, even at a personal level, they are quite challenging. It's more challenging when we want to start something that is sustainable. So the models or the way of costing is usually very crucial. And what Sam is trying to tell us is which is this best approach that we need to give. So let's have questions or comments from this presentation, please. Okay.
Thank you, Sam, for the presentation. We've seen it's a nice model. My question is, how long have you been training? And what happens to your graduates after they are trained? Have you had any job placements? Although that short course, is it marketable? Do you have evidence of how many you have placed in the job market, so that we see whether it's a good thing that we can have? Now that it was in Sangalo, we could also borrow a leaf so that we could have it here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's right.
Hello, my name is Tina Haseloff from Germany. I have a question about recognition. We have those courses in Germany as well, but often they are not recognized by the industry companies. They say they cannot compete with a proper vocational education training program because they are too short, not intense enough.
Okay, I think that we can respond to those two parts.
Thank you, madam. Thank you to both of you. The first one is how long have we been offering? The project has been running since 2021, and we've been offering these short courses in courses. Some of them are short as spread over 2 weeks period or 1 month period, and the longest one, which we have been also offering, take up to about 3 months in terms of classroom training. Are there any job placements? Are there any successes that we can attest to? Yes, very many. I will point out to you 1 or 2 examples, but before I point out to that, the project seeks to improve the employment prospects.
Thank you so much. So let's have the next group that is presenting something. You are ready? Okay, we have a team of 2 ladies here. They are trying to present us something. They are calling themselves System 1. Welcome.
Thank you. Our chief guests, invited guests, our students, good morning. Good morning once again. Ours is actually not a presentation, but rather to just announce our presence. We've been RVTTI has been one of our best and oldest clients. That's why we chose to partner with them during this event. So System 1 is actually a software technological company that provides solutions to institutions of higher learning through automating their institutional processes. And by that I mean the management information system, which has quite a number of modules
starting from the student management, which manages the student right from application up to the time they become alumni. We also have the examination module for managing the examination processes in institutions. We also have the finance module, which manages the finance for both the student and the general finance of the institution. We also have the library management module. We also have the human resource and payroll, and the procurement module. So we won't take much of your time. I'll pass the mic to my colleague so that she can also tell us more what we have. And for more information, we are outside here. You can visit our desk and take our contacts and everything.
Good morning. I'm Jacksonas Namanga from System 1 Limited. The other product that we provide as System 1 Limited is the library security system, which has quite a number of modules. The security module, pattern access control module, there is the self-service module, there is the stock taking module, and the shelf management modules. We also do provide biometrics, both the fingerprint biometrics and the face recognition biometrics, which will help all the staff and to make sure that only the authorized staff and students are able to access the school compound. We also have quite a lot of products which we cannot export due to the time, but for more information, you can just visit us at our desk. You can get more insights on our products and everything that you may need for the institution. We would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity, and we would like to thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I think those are our young brains. Thank you for the models. As they have told us, they have a place outside there, their desk, where we can seek more clarification and more information on what they are trying to do. I think this brings the end my session as the chair. So can we give a final clap to the presenters? And also to me as the chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Can we give him a better clap? Thank you, Prof, for taking us through. Now, because of time, I'd like to appreciate all of you for your patience. You know, we're not taking a break for tea, and I think it is the right time. But before then, I'd like to make the following announcements. After this, we are breaking for tea. We'll be guided by the dean and the trainers on the other side. All our guests and staff will be going to the restaurant down there. You'll be guided. And then the students, trainees who are here, you remain briefly. You'll be given a card and directed to where you take your tea from. After tea, we going to move to our various tracks. We have track 1, 2, 3, and 5. Before we do that, I'd like to ask all the presenters, those who have not presented, to register with the director. I think the secretariat here. You can register with us so that we can see how to organize these tracks. We may not have presented all of us, but again, we are likely to collapse some of the tracks into 3. So after tea or before you go to tea, kindly the presenters register with us so that we can reorganize for that. Then after the tracks, after presentation in the afternoon, we'll again assemble here for the final presentation and official closing of the conference. So those in charge of the tracks, the rapporteurs and the chair sessions, kindly direct all the members in those tracks to assemble here after the presentation, and then we get into the celebrations of closing the conference. Then I would like to give this announcement for the case of tomorrow. Tomorrow we have an excursion to Nakuru, and we shall be leaving this place to Nakuru by 7 a.m. in the morning. So those of us who wish to go, make sure you register with us outside there. There's a desk where you'll be directed on how to register, and they give you a contact so that you can be contacted before tomorrow. So for those of us, that is the day tomorrow to Nakuru. Finally, we have our chief editor. I'd like to invite him to just wave so that we know you're in the house. Our chief editor, just wave.
Good morning.
Thank you. We also have Dr. Chumba. Will you please just wave so that we know you're in the house? It's also a member. We also have Shadarak. Where are you? Shadi is not around. He's also one of the member editorial board. Thank you so much. So in this case, unless there's something that I've forgotten, I think we are okay. I'd like to invite one of us to give us a prayer as we go for a cup of tea. Yes, come, Madam, give us closing prayer. So our guests, together with the dean and the chair, the chief editor, you'll be guided to where you're going to take your tea from. Thank you very much.
So let us stand for our word of prayer. In the name of Jesus, we come to you again this mid-morning for your blessings, O Lord, as we are about to partake the tea that is prepared before us. May you bless it, may you sanctify it, for it is in Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you. The students, as made quickly, will be directed to where you go as visitors go forward.
Induction, you see the V is equal to minus n d phi dt. The d phi dt is the rate of change of the flux. If you have that's your rate of change of magnetic flux, and the n relates to the number of turns in your coil. So the more turns you have, the more voltage you get. The negative sign actually relates to Lenz's law, which basically says that the induced magnetic field will oppose the change in magnetic flux cutting the coil. I see the computers jumped ahead, so yeah. So the basic idea here is that omega R is equal to the square root of K over M. That's the mechanical system. And that's the mechanical resonance. And if you look at the next one, the one over the square root of L times C, that's the electrical circuit. And that's the electrical resonance. So if you have a system with both of these, depending on how close to resonance you are, you can get what they call a better quality factor. So you can see the equation for quality factor over there. Some of these things are a bit complicated, but they're not really. These things are, like I always say, as old as the hills. Right? When did Faraday discover electromagnetic induction? I think it was 1800s or something like that. So we basically want to use those laws in our system. You see here, I've got a speaker which is like audio speaker, and then we've got a spring, And on top of the spring, we've got a mass which we set into resonance. We set it into resonance by generating a pulse, and that pulse gets the system to vibrate. And then, so you want maximum deflection of the magnet, so that when the magnet cuts the coil, you get a higher voltage. So this little graph is a graph showing that as you get towards the resonant frequency, you get a higher displacement in the system. So that's why you want to input a pulse from the frequency generator that excites the system. So I see the machine is jumping a little bit ahead, but it's fine. So this is the equivalent system, all right? So you can see the magnet and the spring. That's what we call the mass spring system. So we put that into mechanical resonance. And then we have a coil, which is represented by L, which means the inductance. So we have a series resonance circuit. So that whole circuit is tuned to the resonant frequency of the mechanical system. Right? And then hopefully we can get higher voltages as the both systems synchronize. So these are some of the parameters of the system. You can see the audio speaker. It's a commonly available speaker. The magnet is a high-strength neodymium magnet, which is 18 grams. And the spring is about 30 millimeters long, 5 millimeter diameter. I couldn't get the dimensions of the spring constant. So that's why I said we calculate that from the system resonant frequency. And the function generator was a 10 volt pulse. And so if we move to the next slide, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a simple speaker with the spring, and the load is a magnet. The magnet moves through a coil, and you can generate a voltage with it. But the secret is to do this all at the resonant frequency. At the resonant frequency, the whole system wants to jump. My crude magnet just to introduce some capacitance into the system. Most of the resistance is coming from the coil resistance. That simple coil can generate a voltage, right, from the movement of your magnet. And so you see the magnet moves through that pipe, that plastic pipe. So, and these are some of the parameters that I mentioned that measured the inductance, the resistance, and these are the capacitors. That 55,000 microfarad capacitor is a massive capacitor. They use them in inverters. The inverters for solar PV systems and things like that. It's a very big capacitor. I should have included a slide showing the size of the capacitor. So I think in your studies you would have done resonant circuits. in your studies you would have done resonant circuit. This is a parallel resonant circuit. So you see the voltage generated there. And these components, which is your inductance, resistance, and capacitance, are all in parallel. But this is for a parallel circuit. The issue with the parallel circuit is that the voltage supply is kind of constant. Whereas with the series circuit, you can increase the series the current. So here, this is a more realistic circuit showing the winding resistance and the inductance in parallel with the capacitance. Okay, this equation is just where this is for series circuit where let's call it the impedance of the capacitance is equal to the impedance of the resistor and the inductor. We'll explain some of the values here as we go on. So I see my slides haven't come out too nicely, but anyway, the voltage between the ends of that circuit, these are test results, right? So when the magnet moves through the coil, these are the values I got, right? The voltage on average it's an AC voltage, the same frequency that you use from the pulse. And that's the and as well as the higher current. At resonance, so even though the values are small, right? If you have a real magnet coil, let's say with 1,000 turns, you can increase that voltage more or less 1,000 times, depending on the number of turns you have. So this is some of the equipment that I use to measure the voltage and things like that. I'm not sure whether you have this kind of equipment in your lab. My challenge is if you guys are able to mimic the circuit, build a circuit and see what values you get. Obviously the parameters will change, but if you understand the thinking behind it, you can do this yourself. In terms of some of the conclusions and recommendations, so the conclusion is basically the circuit voltage and current increases near resonance. If a reciprocating force is available, the spring magnet system can be used to generate voltage in the magnet coil, and when matched, the output power can be increased. So these are some of the recommendations. You can increase the number of turns, increase the coil inductance, increase the magnetic core coupling, and reduce the resistance of the circuit. And these are some of my references. This is like first year physics. I think a lot of electrical engineers and mechanical engineers will be okay with this content. I thank you.
Okay. We can have questions to him now that his subject requires a lot of memory. But let's have anyone with questions and shoot it to Mark.
Nice to see a video of it working.
Well, yeah, that's a good suggestion. But I think the secret is
Just some other questions and then we can answer them. Any other question? Okay, Mark, I have one. How does this system differ from the diselectric one?
The piece
I'm going to start with this answer, this question first.
Yes. Okay. The secret is that basically you're having a magnet move through a coil, right? And the tighter your coil is, the less your resistance, you can generate a voltage. So I was thinking along the lines of agricultural equipment. You know, these machines that are unbalanced that have some kind of reciprocating force. So there's nothing stopping you from using that as your input, as your base excitation, right? And then if you tune your spring and your mass correctly, you saw them at resonant mechanical frequency is 47 Hertz, you can take it to 50 Hertz, right? And that can be, you can use it as a renewable energy source. If you, especially if you tweak the parameters of your electric circuit, right? So then basically the only load, let's call it internal load from the system, will be the resistance. Because when it resonates, your let's call it capacitive impedance and your inductive impedance cancel each other out. So depending on the size of your system, you can generate basically whatever voltage you want. Yes, your questions?
How does this system of resonance differ from that of piezoelectric material?
The problem with the piezoelectric is that it's basically a crystal, right? So when you squeeze the crystal, it generates a voltage. But I don't think you're going to get as high voltages as this one. Because for this one, as I say, if you've got base excitation, especially in unbalanced machines or tractors or something, the mechanical force is freely available. It's freely available. For the piezoelectric, yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, who is the next presenter from the floor? Thank you, Mark. We can come back for the other presentation after she finishes. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Yes, of course, it's not morning anymore. Yes, my name is Gesine Haselbach. I'm a lecturer and researcher from Germany, from Berlin, Humboldt University. You can see here. And my presentation is about competence in sustainable acting and about how can you measure competence. And that is a big problem, I think. You can say, I have competence, but you can't see it. How can you measure such a thing? We tried, but at first, you see a photo from my university, is one of the oldest and one of the renowned universities in Germany, and I think in the world, very high ranked, and I'm proud to work for this university. My chair is business education, and I'm responsible for vocational didactics. So here's some numbers, how many we are. We have 171 study programs, 37,718 students, 3,473 people employed. Not only academic people, we have a lot of technical staff as well, and we have 416 professors.
here we are located in Germany. It's more in the north, east part of Germany, and that was the former GDR part. I don't know if you know that. Germany was divided in two parts. That was long before you lived or was born for the students. For my project, it was a learning project. We run it together with the gymnasium. Gymnasium is a general school in Germany, and we heard from the other presenters yesterday and today as well, a vocational experience is very, very important if you want to apply for a job. That's the reason that we start very early to spread our ideas about vocational education. We are, in the project, we were 2 researchers, 2 teachers from the school, and students in the grade 9 and 10, 16 or 17 years old. And as I said, our aim was that learners develop shaping competence for sustainable acting, and that we try to measure those competences. The project task for the learners was to develop a smartphone holder. So, of course, at first I have to know what is shaping competence. You can see a definition here. I can say in my own words, and that is a competence that you are able to shape your work and your work process it, and that means that you are able to shape the social surroundings, the social circumstances as well. You must be able to work with your colleagues, with your customers, with your chefs, and so on. You have to think about economic, about ecological conditions as well, not only about work. Sustainable acting, another definition, that means that social, ecological, economic concerns must be constantly weighted up against each other and brought into a reasonable balance. That is not easy. You have to weigh up the efficiency against the environmental issues. It's not easy for everybody, for the students as well. They have to think about that very hard in their project. We have a condition that can happen if your task is well designed. The task must allow that the learners gain self-determination. So that was our learning task. I think it's too small to read, but I don't read it for you. Maybe they have to develop this smartphone holder at first as a draft, and then they have to produce it. There was quite open, this task, but there was one strong condition. They have to produce it with a 3D printer. You need some time, maybe try to read. Then the first step for us was to evaluate our own task. Is the task right enough, good enough for gaining shaping competence? There we have criteria. That comes from a scientist called Rauner, and he invented this measurement system. It's called COMET. And so we have the criteria for a task. You can see here, it must be a real problem in the center. It has to be a holistic approach, appropriate complexity. It has to offer scope and to allow to take alternative approaches. That's very important. But if you not have alternatives, you can't produce something new. The changes in situation and context must be given, and it has to be allow gaining new competencies for the learners. Something new has to be learned. And it offers, of course, scope for the facilitators to help students. After we designed the task, the evaluators tested it, and they said it's okay, you can go on with your project. So that is the implementing process. The red circle is what the project leader did. And the yellow circle, what the leaders did, learners did. The project leader, of course, he has to design, he has to identify the learning object, define competencies that should be learned, and so on and so on. You can see that here. And the learner, you see that here, they have to implement the whole thing in steps as well. This is an action process. I think you know that from your schools as well, from your vocational education as well. Where is the testing here? The rating test is here. And the second two tests are here, after the learners have their results. I come to the next test. There are two tests. The first one, quite after the learners drafted their idea. That is evaluated by the raters as well. They have here a rating sheet and an evaluation sheet. You can see that here. But they have the different criteria as well. They evaluate the draft, and second time in the second test they evaluate the project results. In the end, you can see if the learners improved. You see this diagram here, test 1 and test 2, and that are the results. I can show you the K2 functionality was well done from the beginning, and that maybe was why students copied something from the internet or so, but that is okay for us. Of course, they can do it, they can learn from other sources. Then key 3, usability, is mainly due to the fact that the phone holder was designed for universal compatible with many phone models, and so that was something that they have to learn. The K4 and K5 that doesn't increase very much, and maybe the reason was, or we think the reason was, the students told us they have not the possibility to choose other materials. And if we do this project again, and we will do it, then we will offer other options that you can design it in wood or in metal or other materials. So K7, you need more discussions about this materials you will use, about environmental compatibility. And what the students want to discuss. They were very interested to look after it. And the last one was key 8, creativity, that didn't increase. The students didn't like to start again. We didn't know really why. That we need another research about motivation, I think. They modified the draft they did at first, and they were not in the mood to start again. So, here are 2 examples from the project. Both are universal and producible. The one, the green, is suitable for phones and tablets, but he needs high material consumption, high printing effort and time, high packaging effort, not good durable, the risk of breaking is there, and is poorly transportable. It's not very sustainable. And the second one, that was a better result in the eyes of, or in the direction of sustainability. Lower material consumption, short printing time, serious production is possible, low packaging effort. Maybe it's not usable for larger devices, as you can see, and maybe for the packaging you can think about to have another form that you have a plug-in model. Another result, here you see the draft. We can see in our result tables that the functionality and economic in the process has grown, and it increased, the competence has increased to achieve a balance between functionality and environmental issues. We could observe that we saw the students discuss a lot. They worked in groups and they discussed a lot about those issues. In the beginning, it was not interesting for them, recycling aspects and so on. But after we finished, they learned that is important. While we did the project, it was over 3 months, we have micro-teaching lessons. And the micro-teaching was about sustainability, about producing, about materials, it was about social conditions for work, and so on and so on. The teachers, they provided the sessions, and we from the university as well. Micro-teaching and tuition in the school. So another example, they worked with tablets for discussing some ideas, and other examples here. As a conclusion, I have this statement from a teacher, and I was very happy, or we as a team were very happy about the statement. It was helpful and useful for them, and we are going on with this project in different schools, and hope we can convince some of the young students to go in the vocational direction and not directly to the university. Yeah, thank you very much. Excuse me for my English. You are all English speakers, I know, but it's a bit different to understand.
Thank you, Jesse. At least you've been able to give us another method of giving out an idea for sustainability that you could actually suggest to students, and then they can come out with what they want. Is that basically what you were looking at?
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions? First of all, let's congratulate her for the good presentation. Okay. Questions to Jesse? There's one question there. Go ahead, Otto.
Ma'am, did they do rough sketches, or did they use CAD as a tool?
The first test was a rough schedule. The first test was a rough schedule. We only tested their first draft. We said to them, please design, we gave them this task, and with nothing else. Please design this phone holder. Don't look into your books, and so think about how would you do that. And so we can measure the competence they already have.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hussein, for your presentation. My question is, besides the phone holders that the trainees design and produce, do you have other items besides this that you assess your trainees?
Yes, we don't need the phone holder. We can, in this project, produce other items, of course, yeah. We thought about a cup and something else, but it is important that that has to do with their living world, with their real world, what they have to produce. The phone holder was the right thing for them, because they all have phones, and they all need or wish to have phone holders, and so it's in their interest. It has to do with their living world. Yeah.
Yes, but were there other products you wanted, like, for example, critical skills, teaching critical skills, or social skills? Was that part of the project?
What we mean critical skills, that they discuss with each other in a group about their result. Yes, they did that. They presented it to each other, and then they discussed. Is it useful, or what did you do? What was difficult for you? What was easy? We discussed this topic as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Bessie. Yeah, very interesting research.
I have two questions. Number one, I noted probably at the beginning of the slide I think the students were from different, would say, classes. Was there any reason behind why you would have, for instance, lower grades being integrated with the higher grades to carry out the project? So that is one. Then the second one, it's not clear to me at what stage the trainer is involved in terms of the process.
No, that was one grade, but we did it with two classes. One was class 9 and one was class 10. And the reason was very easy. We asked in the school the teachers who would like to work with us, with your pupils. That's not other reason, but the lower grades in the primary school, I think they are too young. They are in the gymnasium, they are quite experienced with technique and so on. And another reason was in this age they think about their career. For us it's interesting to interest them for technical work, for technical vocations. And so they have maybe an idea what is today, nowadays, to do in such occupations. The second question was about the time when trainers come in. It was in the beginning we introduced the project to the classroom, and then the teachers worked with them. And then we came from time to time in for micro-teaching, but only for calculation as well. A colleague comes for calculation, such a project, how much cost an hour for a manufacturer, how much cost it for inventing such a thing, for research and so on. And because it was a topic where it was interesting for them to calculate this project for us as well. And the first ideas, that was very, very expensive in the end. When they wanted to sell it, it would be much too high the price. And so they thought again, weighted up economy against sustainability and so on and so on, and then they have to decide what is really important.
Thank you, Kizin. It was quite interesting seeing how people can work from nothing. And the next presenter will be Zizi Afrique Foundation. Zizi?
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us to this session. I want to believe that I'm loud enough. Yeah, okay, thank you. So, my name is Enoch Imani from Zizi Afrique Foundation. Zizi is a research institution, so the presentation I'm going to make here is basically on the various studies that we've done in a project that we are monitoring. So maybe I give a brief overview of this project. Green Business Project is a project that we are implementing in 3 counties, that is Kakamega, Makueni and Kajiado. Trying to onboard youth and women fathers behind with equipping them with youth, with skills, agricultural skills for life, for enhancing their livelihood. So in this project, we are targeting 1,500 women and youth, 60% of them being women and 40% being youth. The distribution is 650 in Makueni, 650 in Kakamega, and 250 in Kajiado. All right, the background of what I'm presenting here is that there has been, looking at the studies done by KIPRA, there has been a lot of cases of the rise of youth unemployment in this country. 67% of youth are unemployed. And then there is an expanding technical and vocational education training sector, which seems not to be attractive for youth and women, especially those in agriculture. You find that agriculture courses are not very interesting to them. Another point on that is that marginalization from the sector is due to poor attitudes towards TVET, lack of technical skills, mentors, awareness of the existing opportunities in TVET, among other factors. So, through the Green Business Project, which is implemented by it is a German institution, which is our funder. Then Zizi Afrique Foundation comes in as a monitoring partner, and also ADS, which is Anglican Development Service, which comes in as the implementer. We work through the training institutions. Zizi comes in through capacity building of the training institutions and curriculum reviews in the training institutions in this project, as well as the monitoring and research aspects. So the project has partnered with various institutions, 6 of them, some of them being a capacity enhancement training institutions for networking, as well as 3 others being training institutions. And that lays the background. I don't want to go deep into the literature. I know my timekeeper is on me. I don't want to go deep into the introduction. But basically what I've spoken is what gives the background of this presentation. So our study goal, this presentation tries to, and the paper that we'll present tries to look at the pre-training conditions and barriers for green skills development among youth and women in Kajiado, and also trying to document progress made towards the implementation of the project, and also determining the impact of the training of green business skills in livelihood and livelihoods for women and youth. And the methodology we used in this study is participatory. Participants of the project, we targeted, we reached out to the trainers, mentors, trainees, and then we used various research tools and also documented the stories of change from the participants. So this is our study site, our sample size. As indicated, we are targeting 1,500 participants, but in this study we reached 75 participants in total from the project target, 4 of them being trainers from Kakamega, 34 women group trainees, and also mentors in Kakamega. Then we had 16 women group trainees from Kajiado, and had 8 focus group discussions with youth. And then lastly, we had a discussion with the post-service trainees and also mentors, as discussed in that. So just to go straight to the findings, what we found out from the study. Majorly this study was a qualitative one. So the analysis we did a thematic kind of analysis. So the first challenge identified from the study is that there is lack of adequate infrastructure and resources in some of these institutions. It is evident from the training institutions that we were reaching out. There was an issue of curriculum misalignment. It was a notable issue that has arisen from our research, that synchronization between curriculum and evolving demands of the industry results to a misalignment. Then the lack of congruence between current education system and requirement of modern agriculture poses a substantial obstacle to students' ability to acquire the necessary skills and knowledge. Then the third one, we identify that the proficiency and ongoing professional growth of instructors, there is need for, actually it's coming down in our recommendation, and this was picked from some of the trainers in these institutions, that educational institutions have identified as a crucial element that impacts the overall standards of education. The results of our study indicate that significant number of teachers face challenges in accessing current training and competence in contemporary agricultural techniques and technology. Additionally, the issue is compounded by the insufficient number of competent educators in certain educational establishments. This is out of that, it is a growing sector. Agriculture is a growing sector, and many aspects come into it, and the trainers were saying that there is a lot of misalignment, or these new practices, what they covered in their training might not be the same as what the industry now demands. So it is an area that they recommended that we have maybe an industry, linking the trainers to an industry for training. We'll have that as a recommendation later. And then the third finding we found out as a challenge in the training institution is that agricultural technical and vocational training institutions encounter significant obstacles in developing strong connections with the industry, with the agricultural industries. There is a lot of struggle in some of these training institutions to just get in the industries, especially when it comes to attachments for the trainees. And then financial restrictions provide a significant obstacle to efficient operation of agricultural training institutions in Kenya. Insufficient or inadequate financial resources allocated to essential areas such as enhancement of infrastructure, professional development of personnel, and acquisition of contemporary equipment was indicated as a challenge. Then there is an issue of gender disparities, continue to be a prominent concern within these institutions, marked by a notable disparity in female enrollment and the existence of hurdles specific to gender that impede access to sufficient attainment of this education. There's more into that. Remember, this was a qualitative study, and we realized that some of the trainees, women trainees, indicated that they face a lot of struggle from the household and even the access of land for the youth. So it is an area that we are still exploring and seeing how we can come in and support. Then opportunities identified from the study is that one, the partnership and collaboration with the industry entities. It is a potential path for transformation that can be found if looked at well. Then there is a curriculum reform presents a significant opportunity to rectify the discrepancy between education offers and dynamic requirements of the Kenya agricultural industry. And to that effect, through the collaboration that we have with our various partners, we are trying to do curriculum reviews for this project, just to get feedback and also engaging CDAC to see if they can be amended or incorporated in the value chain training. Then there is also another opportunity on the allocation of financial resources towards the development or maintenance of infrastructure and acquisition of necessary resources. Another finding as an opportunity there is need for gender mainstreaming initiatives which play a role in promoting inclusivity and diversity across agricultural TVET institutions. This is through advocacy as another opportunity for the training institutions. And in conclusion, the transformation of agriculture TVET institutions in Kenya is necessary and transcends education. It is a driver of socio-economic progress. Kenya can bridge the distance between education and industry by addressing the challenges and capitalizing on opportunities, thereby nurturing its youth, fostering green economic growth, and paving the way for a prosperous future. We have 4 recommendations. One is to support the strengthening of curricula for selected training facilities for green skills, especially in courses like fish farming, post-harvest loss reduction, horticulture, etc., etc. Then we identified another recommendation as connecting the experienced local entrepreneurs and green business ventures and enterprises as training facilities where apprentices are engaged. Then the third one is engage experienced local entrepreneurs as mentors to support the training and establishment of youth and women-led green businesses. And then the fourth one, establish networks and partnership with government structures, training institutions and private stakeholders for training support to leverage additional interest and investment from the private sector to make it cost efficient and sustainable. Then lastly, the study recommends that the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Industrialization should develop a scheme of training for technical training institutions. This would enhance technology transfer from industry to the training institutions. The study further recommends that the Technical and Vocational Education Authority, TVETA, should ensure upgrade the current equipment in technical institutions to enhance quality of training. Basically, that is what our paper has, and I wish to invite your thoughts on how to improve this presentation. Asante sana.
Thank you, Enoch. Let's have a clap for Enoch. Enoch from Zizi Afrique. What do you do at Zizi Afrique? Maybe you could introduce yourself from that point of view.
Myself or
Zizi Afrique.
Zizi Afrique. Thank you. Zizi Afrique is an non-governmental institution, but we work closely with government in collaboration with government, the Ministry of Education, in issues revolving around education, trying to ensure that youth and children farthest behind are able to get equipped with education using evidence. So we use evidence to inform policy, for advocacy, and also creating impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Enoch. Any questions to Enoch? This presentation. First, then next. Let's have you at the front there.
Thank you for your presentation and your focus. I will start with your study goal number 2. Here, the study is out of progress, and maybe what I thought, maybe perhaps what will follow us, or even part of the recommendation is wherever suitable is, that there will be follow through on the documented knowledge of the lessons learned in order to improve future engagement all activities so that you better the outcomes. Something else, maybe perhaps I also wanted or looked to be captured in your recommendations, is that based on the focus group, or the focus is the youth and with the women, isn't it? Under your challenges or the challenges that you stated that these target groups face is on resources right track. Actually, Kenya, we say that it is a capitalist economy, but in the real sense, it is not a capitalist economy. But from that general understanding that we are a capitalist economy, which is characterized by what I call patriarchal capitalism, whereby in this patriarchal capitalism, the resources generally controlled to a great extent by men. That is what I define as patriarchal capitalism. Thus, posing a challenge to these target groups, the youth and women. Majority of them don't own land and don't have control of the use. So in my expectations, I expected that the findings or the recommendations would address this and perhaps escalate it to the relevant institutions, authorities, such that this challenge can be overcome or these gaps can be narrowed, such that whatever you are out to do, the goals, you be in a position to now ensure that we have sustainable agriculture, because leaving women and youth out of sustainable agriculture, it will not be practical or realizable, because to a great extent, our population here comprises of a significant number of women, also the youth. So there is a burden of concern which may be perhaps expected to see in the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and a lot of it to me is no surprise because we work in 11th around Western Kenya. And I think, in addition to the recommendations of the colleague here, I think we found which, something that has huge impact is working on value addition. As you're well aware, for example, in Kenya, I don't know how many tons of tomatoes rot every year. How many tons of mangoes rot every year? And many other fruits and vegetables are just not consumed, and because they're not transformed into juices, into marmalades, into general value addition of products. And I think a key recommendation would be to have a good focus on value addition, because I think often it is neglected, but yet with some good training and simple equipments, a lot of value addition can be created. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a great recommendation.
One more question?
Thank you.
Let's have first and then
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, having those challenges, what are some of the measures in terms of training programs that we need in order to counter the barriers in place skills development?
Thank you. In working towards these challenges, we usually have regular curricular reviews with the responsible authorities. We always on board KenQA, we always on board other training institutions that are conducting or having green business trainings to just look at the curriculum. And also we invite CEDAC to support us in adopting these reviews. I hope I've answered. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Sam.
Thank you very much, Eno. It's very relatable, and thank you very much for the presentation. Considering our audience hearing, my first question for the benefit of the entire audience, what exactly do you mean by green skills or green business skills? I know we could be having experts here and there, but especially now that we also have trainees, I think it would be good if they also have an overview of what exactly we mean by green skills or green business skills. My last question is looking again at your study goals, if you go back. Yeah, I have not heard you, for instance,
interest. So we give you what you want in this training. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Enoch, and thank you, everybody. We can give Enoch one more clap for appreciation. And next, we have Pauline Chege from Thika Technical Training Institute in Kenya. She's presenting on the Flexible Skills Development Program on Sustainable Growth in Village, a case study of Thika Technical Training Institute. The floor is yours, Pauline.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pauline from Thika Technical, and I'll be taking you through a bit on influence of Flexible Skills Development Program on sustainable Institute. We find that there are needs that come about in education due to changes in technology and microeconomic needs and demand that demand new skills and competencies. And also globalization has also brought in new needs, and therefore it's a high time that Tibet education responded to these needs that come about because of technology and other microeconomic needs. So with this, in this regard, RVTTI, we have embraced a practical skills development program, which is required to respond to these needs, and therefore I'll be looking at the activities that take place in RVTTI and also the outcomes, and I'll be looking at the main objective of the paper is to find out the achievements of the practical skills development as a driver of sustainable growth in the 21st century at the Technical Training Institute. And then the specific objectives include finding out the activities that are carried out towards practical skills development, and also to look at the outcomes of this program, and also to evaluate the achievements of practical skills development program. Then I go to statement of the problem. Yeah, so sometimes back, that is in 2010, we did a survey under the mandate of Kenya, the Ministry of Higher Education, and it was a baseline survey that was meant to identify the gaps in the market. So the survey revealed that there was need for a program or education that is relevant and responsive to job markets. And secondly, there was the need for a more responsive program for education other than the traditional teaching program where students have to come to class, listen to the teacher, and where the teacher is the gatekeeper of knowledge and has to use their own notes to teach. So there was need to change there was need to come up with a responsive program. Then thirdly, there was also need to meet the needs of the informal sector education program that will also meet the needs of the informal sector and also disadvantaged groups. So in collaboration with COL, or Common Web of Learning, the program was initiated in our college, and there were various activities that were carried out, and these activities include building institutional capacity. That is training the lecturers on that program on flexible skills development, and also undergoing online courses. There were so many online courses that we went through, and also workshops, both local and international workshops were carried out in order to empower the lecturers or the trainers in the field of flexible skills development. So the outcomes of the activities were that short courses were designed, developed, which included biogas production, basic hospitality and customer relations, and home management skills. There was also introduction of distance learning program so that it can reach out to those the informal sector and also those other disadvantaged groups like maybe women who maybe are disadvantaged because maybe they got children and were not able to come back to school or come back to college and complete their courses. So they learn through distance learning program. And also those who are employed and maybe they need to further their education or they want to continue with some modules, so they can engage in this program so that they can learn as they work. And also the people with disability also, and also the the Juakari sector. Those in Juakari sector who needed also skills. They had the skills, but they didn't have the papers. So there was need to introduce also a distant learning program so that all these groups can be taken care of. So we have also a program for disability, people with disability, and we also have written chapter, which was meant to reach out to certain departments that there was a lot of disparity as far as gender perspective is concerned. In fact, that courses like engineering courses were dominated by males, and social sciences are dominated by females. So there was need for that chapter so that there is that need to bridge that gap, so that more ladies can be encouraged to join the engineering courses, and also the males can also be encouraged to join the social sciences. So some of the achievements that we have is that 80% of the lecturers are trained, and they use ICT tools also to engage in the teaching and learning process. Short courses were developed, training for the youth. There was that reaching out to the youth in the community. Those who are in the informal sector, they are in the hotels, they have no papers. So they were trained on hospitality courses so that they can get their skills and maybe get promotion or get certificates that they can go and seek jobs with. So we also find that during the Corona time, we used a learning management system. We also have introduced learning management system, and it helped us a lot during the Corona time when the students were at home, because we used it to train our learners. So the conclusion is that it's important to, the FSD program is important as far as TVET is concerned, and it's need to develop courses for the informal sector. It's need to introduce ODL program in TVET institutions, and there's need to come up with competence-based courses for informal sector. Thank you.
Thank you for it. Thank you for it. With a clap of appreciation for it. So we've listened to your presentation. Now we can ask the question. Anyone who may want to spearhead the questioning? First of all, Pauline, what is this flexible skills?
Yeah. Thank you. Flexible skills is that program where you increase access to education, and it's not limited by space. So students don't have to come to school or to college to learn from there. And you meet other students out there who are not able to, who are disadvantaged, like the disabled, goes into a third sector, goes in the informal sector, and all that.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. Mine is just to be concerned with the challenges maybe you face, if there.
Yeah, there were challenges. First of all, you find that people are resistant to change, and there are those who are proudly analog. They want to stick to their old ways of doing things. Resources also is a problem. Internet was also a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
And lastly, how sustainable is the project in terms of continuity? Because most of the projects, they begin at a starting point, they're very good, but it reaches a time in one way or another, they just fall, they collapse, and another program comes in, almost similar to the other one. So how sustainable is that program? And how can other TVET institutions like ours adapt to it, or your advice to RVTTI and the international community? Thank you.
For that, I think, yeah, it's true that most programs start and then somewhere in the middle they collapse. So I think it needs a lot of support from the administration and also other partners, like for us, we get the partnership with Commonwealth of Learning, and also you realize that that need for lifelong learning. So the demand is there, it's still there. The demand is still there. People want to skills. People know they have the skills, but they don't have papers. You find like, for example, I'll give an example of the, for example, border economy. You find that these people, they just go buy it and get into business. So that there's that demand, because people like those ones, the border people need some training of some kind. And maybe it's a high time to get institutions maybe looked at those gaps and try to fill them. We should be coming up with programs on how to train maybe these border people, all those people in the Iwakari sector that maybe just got into the industry but never had any skills, they don't have any papers and all that. The other point is on how can other Tibet institutions engage in such a program. I would advise that with a lot of benchmarking, you can do benchmarking with those institutions that have already are doing those programs, so that you can also initiate such programs in your institutions, especially the distance learning program. Yeah. I've answered your question.
Thank you, Cody, for your presentation. Mine is on your objectives. I think, according to the research methods, the verbs that you should use there should be to identify, to establish, but not to find out. Yes. And this goes even to the former presenter that we had, Enoch. Maybe we should borrow a leaf from research methods and use measurable objectives. Thank you.
But Madam, I want to correct here, because when you say to identify, is that measurable? I think what's like investigate, find out, I don't know, I think.
When you use the word to find out, it's not specific.
It's to investigate. To find out, I think it's also to investigate.
It's not. According to research method by Mugenda, try to refer to that book. You will see how we are supposed to write our research. Thank you.
Thanks for your intervention. Are those regulations cast in concrete? Are they cast in stone? To find out is as good as any. They find that one authority has put forward that idea does not make it authoritative. I've seen other researchers who have looked at it differently. I think in guiding people here, we should be moderate. We should not look at it. We should not follow a particular school of thought unless we are absolutely certain that that is the real and only thing. That the regulation is exclusive. So please, in my own opinion, I think our bodies are good. That's my own opinion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you for your presentation. Some must be smiling wherever he is. That's why he asked that question. He didn't went out or something? Okay. But your point is well taken.
Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, we're going to have one more presentation from your very own Dr. Mark Goddard. He's also coming to present one of his practical projects in electronics. He's a practical person all through. He's been here in most of our presentations and meetings here, and he has always presented practical ideas. Goddard, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
have another presenters who may not have presented already? One. Another one? Two.
Good afternoon, colleagues. The presentation is called The Measurement of Sharp Voltages on a Single-Phase Shaded Pole Induction Motor for Possible Energy Harvesting for Charging of Small Electronic Devices. I just want to lay emphasis on the point that everybody's looking for this renewable energy source, right, that is easily available and can produce energy, right? And so for me as an engineer, it's something close to my heart. And I'm hoping that the young people can have that kind of a vision, because you'll find that many electrical machines have losses that can be reduced and can be converted into usable energy. So I don't know if you guys know something called sharp voltages. Basically, sharp voltages are voltages that are generated in electrical machines because of circulating currents. So I'm going to try to walk you through it. So we talk about sharp voltages in electrical single-phase motors, and these motors are commonly available in small fans, microwave ovens, etc. So let me tell you how I became interested in this. We've got a microwave at work, and it was making a strange sound. So I wanted to find out what was generating the sound. So that's what led me to this project. So we're going to talk a little bit about single-phase shaded pole motors. Look, I don't want to go into the theory because it's not really necessary at this stage. But if you see, there's like a little coil, a band, which they call a shaded ring around what they call the pole face, right? I'll show you later on what the pole face looks like. But anyway, that band causes a torque, because this machine is not self-starting. That band causes a torque, and that's how the motor starts spinning. So this is a schematic of what the motor looks like. So the amazing thing about this motor is that you've got one coil, just the stator coil. The rest is just the core, and there you see something called a shaded coil. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's a cross-section through the machine. They are very simple, cheaply made, and they require minimum maintenance. So this is what one looks like. Maybe the electrical guys would be more familiar with these machines. So you see the coil of wire. That coil of wire is what they call the stator coil. And then you can see the squirrel cage is the part that rotates, and there's the shaft, and then you have those shading rings on the core, and that's it. That's the machine. So this is what the core kind of looks like, and why sharp voltages are generated is because you have all these mechanical parts, right? And the currents have to move across the parts. and that's what causes what they call circulating currents. So these things are readily available. If you have the energy, you can go home, open your microwave if it's not working, and you can do the experiments like what I've done here. So what they call the squirrel cage is that part with the shaft running through it. So this is how you do a load test on the machine. What I was trying to illustrate here is where I've said sharp voltage, sharp current. You measure the sharp voltage or the sharp current from the shaft itself to the body of the machine. And there I just tried to show how you can measure the power going to the machine. The electrical engineers will know how to do no-load tests and load tests. So these are some of the measurement results. Fortunately, I was able to get hold of what they call a power meter or power analyzer. So you can see the power into the machine. It's like 16.7 watts. The voltage, well, that's a supply voltage. In South Africa, our supply voltage is changing quite erratically. It's usually 230 volts, but because of things like load shedding and stuff, by the time the generators, start running normally, it takes some time. So you see a variation. For example, on the one test, you see it's 226.8 volts. On another test, it's 231.8 volts. So you can see the power factor is quite low on the machine. The power factor is low on the machine, and the current is also low. So these are small machines. So these are some of the measurements for the sharp voltage. They're quite small voltages, but that's because mainly you need to make sure your shaft is kind of insulated from the body of the machine, which is a topic on its own. But according to my measurements, 570 microwatts, that's like minuscule. Typically, to charge one of these small devices, you need a couple of watts, maybe between 3 to 5 watts. But the issue is the idea behind it. My next slide just looks at the power flow through the machine. So you see the input power is VI cos phi, and then you get your stator losses. You get what moves across the air gap, the rotor losses, etc., etc., and then eventually get the shaft power out. So I tried to get some specs for this machine, because this machine had a number on it. And so if you look at this, look at it, the efficiency is very low, 20% efficiency. That means 80% of the power in is basically being lost through losses. So that's why this is a candidate for using the shaft in the shaft voltage as an energy source. And look at the torque, it's milli-Newton meters. It's very small. So this is just an idea of the type of machines we use that I've been using here. And then using the values that I measured earlier, I tried to estimate the output power. And looking at the losses, I didn't get very far because I would have done what they call a blocked rotor test to find out what the rotor resistance is. But that's the estimated developed power, not looking at the mechanical losses and the core losses. So this is some of my equipment list, which is always important for the engineers, because people want to know how you measure what you measure. And then some issues on safety. Remember, safety first. So it's 230 volts, and depending how much power you draw, you can get quite a nasty shock. So you have to be careful of electric shock. You have to earth the machine correctly so that, as I say, you don't get shocked. And also there's the possibility of getting hurt, especially if you wear a tie in the lab from the rotating shower. So the main idea was to measure the sharp voltage or the sharp current and to see if you can use that, to use that well. So sharp voltages exist. Sharp voltages can be measured depending on the size of your machine, because remember this is a small machine like 16 watts. The bigger your machine, the bigger the sharp voltage theoretically. So it can be measured and can be used if you take necessary precautions to isolate the voltage. So I've made some recommendations where you can use carbon brushes to take the voltage of the current. You can lubricate the bearings, which basically increases your sharp voltage. And because these machines don't necessarily run for too long, you can use a fan while extracting the sharp voltage. That's about it, and then I've got some references. These are electrical machines books that you can have a look at, which should be available in your classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Like you said, it's directing this presentation to the youngsters who are still engineers. So you should not just get an old machine and throw it away wholesale when you can actually use the motor in that machine for something different, something renewable. It's just trying to prove that not everything is lost when something breaks down, but can always be used. As usual, we should have some questions for Dr. Goda. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks for a very beautiful presentation. Although I must admit that I'm an illiterate when it comes to electrical engineering. My interest is more basic. What are the general problems of electricity generation and distribution in South Africa, and probably in Kenya? I'm interested to know what the problems are. And with us in Nigeria, our biggest crisis is electricity generation. We generate far less than 20% of the need of the nation. And power outs, power fluctuations, and so on, that similar things are very natural with us. When you experience a situation where you don't have that in a day, is a miracle. So it's our biggest problem. You know, all the other problems we have in Nigeria, I'm sure we share with Kenya. But our political issues, our corruption issues, we are service streets on those ones. But on the issue of power generation, we are all alone. So I would like to know what the situation is in South Africa. Do you experience the situation? Do people try to achieve direct connection by passing the meter? Does it happen? Yes, sir. Does it happen in Kenya? Yes. Oh, that one. We are not alone on that one. So please, I'll be glad for your response.
Now, we're debating on whether we should have the two presentations which are remaining in the after lunch or before lunch. But I was suggesting that we take the shortest time possible. If the two presenters go out here, if they take the shortest time possible, we can finish the two. But the floor is yours. If you have other ideas, yes, I'm open to those ideas.
I suggest we do whatever we want to do.
Okay, that's what I want to do. Take the shortest time, you are the next one.
As they are not answering. If you are saving him, no problem. Let him answer.
So look, the issue with electrical power generation is that you've got to transport it from one place to another. And then you have losses, right? Which is similar to what I've been talking about here now. That you've got to transport this electricity from point A to point B. And usually along that line, that's where all the things happen. When people start connecting directly, and then the supplier can't be charged, etc. You know, so that's the challenge to the engineers. We have to come up with solutions where we reduce losses, where we try and center the supply close to the load. And a lot of the time that belongs to the planning domain.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you very much. You've always been an inspiration to the youngsters. So youngsters, take it from there. Let's start with this presenter, please.
I'm being reminded that we did appreciate Dr. Mark for his presentation. Let's prepare the Kenyan way. Measure it. 1.
Thank you very much. I first of all must explain that I'm presenting this on behalf of these researchers who actually plan to come, who actually bought the ticket to come to this conference, which was initially stated for June, July, and once it was postponed, the situation changed completely for them, and they could no longer make it. The ticket price changed drastically because of the devaluation of the currency. So that's why I felt compelled to assist them by presenting this. So please, thank God there will be no question because because my answers may not be perfect, and these are people who are lecturing in universities that are in our neighborhood. The paper. No.
The title, I think the person wrote it right. The title of the paper is Influence of Quality Assurance on Technical and Vocational Education and Training in Tertiary Institutions. Influence of Quality Assurance on Technical and Vocational Education and Training in Tertiary Institutions. Needless to say, she's talking about Nigeria.
The purpose, according to the authors, the purpose to find out parents' perception on TVET training. The second one is to find out the level of funding of TVET in Nigeria. Then, to determine the level of participation of students and to find out the challenges of TVET. The TVET situation in Nigeria is interesting. We have technical institutes, that is what we call technical colleges. We have polytechnics, which in Nigeria have about the same status as universities. And we also have universities of technology, which are specialized universities. These bodies, these institutions, are controlled or regulated by the National Board for Technical Education in Nigeria, which actually draws up the syllabus for everybody. They conduct accreditation, they do the visitations, and they are supposed to come periodically to see that, to ensure that institutions are following the guidelines. The system is a little bit tight, but that ensures a level of uniformity, a level of similarity, if not uniformity, in the system. And I think that is what the author is addressing. The research questions are in alignment, generally in alignment with the purposes, and the authors, the researchers use descriptive survey design. They have a population of about 1,400, out of which they selected 450 or thereabout for the sample. And the research questions? Okay. Where's my saving? Yes. That's the method. The population of 1,530, out of which 466 respondents were used as sample. The population was drawn from two universities, 2 polytechnics, and 2 colleges of education, offering technical education, because we also have colleges of education in Nigeria specializing in technical education. So the population was drawn from those 3 bodies, colleges of education, polytechnics, technical colleges in a particular state, in one particular state, or what we call county here in Nigeria. The researchers use mean rating to answer 4 research questions, and to determine the reliability of the instrument they use to combat alpha. And I think the Pearson product moment correlation was used to test the hypothesis. Am I good to go? So what did they find? The demographic characteristics revealed more females than male. And parents' perception is rather negative. I think I can give more details based on the paper itself. I can give more details here than they have given in the. For instance, we can see that parents believe that TVET is designed for students who cannot effectively cope with the rigor of conventional educational system. I think that perception is quite uniform in Africa. If you are really brilliant, I remember, because I went to a polytechnic, and there was this issue of whether I was brilliant or not. And the question is, if you were brilliant, why did you go to polytechnic? So there is a common misconception also among the parents that students are not expected, that Nigerian students are not expected to enroll in TVET programs. So it is perceived as inferior education for inferior people. So that actually, generally, seeing you in a polytechnic or technical institution automatically shows that you are not going to have access to the best things. The best guests are not likely to follow you. You're not likely to be eligible for marriage with the best who prefer to go for lawyers, doctors, engineers, like Mark here. Yes. Then we have also the question about funding. They said that generally public funding is adequate, and that's largely because the Nigerian system has something they call TET fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, where all public operations are compelled to contribute 5% of their taxes, of their profits to education. This is managed by a fund. I thought you were going to ask me to come down, and I will have clapped for myself.
So the public funding is okay. But there is, apart from that, outside that, the private sector does not contribute anything. They tell us that once they have contributed 55% of their tax, it's more than enough. So, then talking about the challenges facing Tibet in Nigeria, of course there is funding problem. Technical education is poorly funded, not because government is not interested, but because private sector is not collaborating. Another problem we have is with the industrial training. Industrial training in Nigeria is defective because very often students go to institutions and organizations where they are not relevant, where the skills they are learning is not relevant, simply because there are too many students for the institutions, for the corporations. So sometimes you go to a petrol station and you see an attendant and you ask him or her, what are you doing here? Say, I'm here for it. Which course are you studying? My technical engineering. You are using engineering to work as an attendant, petrol attendant. That's what he's able to get. Yes. So the test of competencies found no significant relationship between funding and Tibet training, and no significant relationship between participation of the participation and Tibet training in tertiary institutions. Next slide. God bless you. My own name, okay. Associate Professor Lawrence Fediadedeluyi of Kwara State University. Thank you. Sister Felicia is the only writer. I mean, she's one of the writers. I'm not one of them at all. I did not contribute a sentence to this work.
I see there are many hands.
Thank you. Although you are not the author, you can convey the message. Message back to them.
Yes.
Well, starting from the purpose, the level of funding. The author was out to perhaps look at the level of funding, and I think looking at the recommendations and the findings, there is something maybe that would have, or a place that would have been used to qualify this. That is to determine or to investigate or whatever it is, the level of adequacy. Because to underline this in the recommendation, The other talks about increasing the level of funding by the government to by 7%. So I think that from the purpose is missing. Then the other talks about negative perception of the parents about debate. Yet, in the same sentence, the other talks about active participation by the students. I don't know how those two are married. On one side, the parents are negative about it, yet they are sending their children to debate institutions. And these students are actively participating. So I think there is something that is amiss. One hand is saying this, or one eye is seeing this, the other eye is seeing the other. So I think that is the message that we can take back to the other. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw many hands. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I also have a message. Can you go back to the objectives?
The objectives.
Yes. Which were listed 1 to 4.
The objectives.
Yeah.
That should be the second slide.
Yeah. Yeah. We have 4 objectives. Yeah?
Yes.
We would expect 4 conclusions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't get the 4.
Okay.
So pass this message.
Can we go to the conclusion? Let's confirm how many there are. Conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About the parents.
I will agree with you. I was wondering whether she has combined the 4 issues in one paragraph, which is quite possible. But I do not think she has succeeded.
But I think in all fairness,
yes.
A conclusion could even be 1, but the findings would be 4. So anyone, any other?
All right, one.
Yes.
The objectives and somewhere there are also hypotheses. When you look at the hypotheses and the objectives, I find those hypotheses to be misplaced. So the message, Prof, is that where did these hypotheses generate? Why were they generated from? When you look at the objectives themselves, they are not really agreeing with the hypothesis. So to me, those hypotheses are misplaced.
Thank you. I felt the same when I read it.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think you've done your bit as somebody who has been sent.
Thank you.
I think you've done very well. The last percent of this, and just take the shortest time you could. Since you're running on a dry, empty tank.
Yes, as he's setting up, maybe I can give a preview of the same so that I save on your time. Yes, so let me give just a review of what the paper is about. So I'm not going to present a study. I'm going to present a review of an activity that happened here at RVTTI. So this is a review of an activity that happened here on the ground at RVTTI concerning around 5 partners And as Health Science Department, we sat down and we drafted some findings from the data that we collected. And we saw it fit that we may address the concerns that came up, because we saw some gaps which have been always missed. So the topic would be health-seeking behavior amongst participants during workplace health promotion and wellness program at Rift Valley Technical Training Institute, Eldoret. So the others are two, myself and Mr. Sambu, and it is affiliated to RVTTI. So basically, before we go to that, let me define what health-seeking behavior is. Just bear with me, I'll be under 10 minutes. I know I'm used to doing 2 hours, but I'll try to 10 minutes to finish. So health-seeking behavior in this context is the behavior that a person, when you feel like the condition that you have, it usually comes in two forms. There is when someone is sick, they will seek medication. But there is also the impression or the feeling that maybe you are predisposed to a certain condition. A number of us, maybe you come from a family where there is predisposition to a certain condition. Some of us will go to the hospital, prefer not to know. You say, what I don't know will not kill me. So in this context, we are looking at the second option, where someone is not yet sick, but how do they behave in terms of healthcare programs like the one we had. So as you have heard from that introduction, health-seeking behavior is very important in that it will affect the effectiveness of the workforce. When people are not healthy, they cannot perform well, and the roles they used to play maybe could go down. So that is a very important component even in our workplace in seeking health. So this study will aim at assessing the health-seeking behavior of participants. We'll review what happened at that point so that we see what are the misses and what are the scores during that program. So the study analyzed this data in May 2023 at RVTTI, and the collaborators that I talked about are RVTTI, which was home, and then Eldoret Hospital, Real Hospital, Rescos Hospital, and Medill Hospital. And all the findings were handled, and the professionals came from these hospitals, so all the findings, all the referrals were handled by them. So the 3-day wellness and workplace health promotion, they addressed a number of issues. Number one was health education and awareness, whereby we were promoting healthness in the workplace from the trainers and trainees also. Physical activity promotion, healthy eating habits, mental health support, and then alcohol and drug abuse, and the programs that fall under them. So that is a sneak peek of what was happening. Those are just two of the pictures that my colleague, Mr. Sambu, was able to take. And as you can see, a number of activities were going on concerning the same. So the methods of this study is just a cross-sectional study, whereby we collected data at one point at that time. We did not go back to we did not look at the referral and how it was handled or anything. And then we analyzed this data descriptively. Some cases we did qualitative, whereby we got reports from the participants of the programs. And then we did a desk review, whereby we looked at the data and the trends, so that we cross-check our trends and the proportions of participation from our results with the other studies that have been done. That is where the peer review, that's where the review of all the other papers came in, and gap that we're going to discuss briefly. So we got a total of 1,285 participants in the 3-day event, and 93% of these were students. 7% was staff. Then there was higher participation among the males, which was 57. That is cumulatively 57 of the participants were male. Among the staff it was higher, it was 65. And among the students it was 55. So we see female were not able to participate so much on this program. And further we looked at that 75. Okay, when we asked this, the clients who came, especially the staff, what could we have done to make maybe you more comfortable to come, and some who were not, maybe were shy to take part in and complete the process. When we asked them, they were citing some issues which we are going to discuss later on there, which 76% of those who complained, who said maybe we will not continue from here, concerned they wanted a private tent. So the staff wanted a private tent from the students. And also we found that the social class, even among the students, there are some students who wanted more private tents than others, and these were just screening. We were not looking at issues like counseling or sensitive issues. So we found out that they preferred still to be in a private tent. So that is a description of what we discussed in terms of percentages of participation. The same there, that is what we just discussed. As I was sitting there, I was cutting down content because I didn't want to go for long. So the conclusion we found is that gender and social are a disparity when it comes to programs that you want to reach out to the public, like health and wellness programs. So there is a gender and social disparity, and this we found out that it needs further studies. From there we saw that from other studies which you will see in the paper, there are studies that show that female will participate more when they are sick in terms of seeking recourse. But there are a number of papers that also shows that female and ladies are they don't seek medication when they are not sick, to look at maybe the issues that they may have, maybe hereditary, maybe predisposed because of an environment, maybe where the community has a problem, and personally they don't feel or they don't believe they have the problem. Basically, the women will not go for that checkup, and we wanted to know why. What are the problems? So the study concludes that there may be some barriers to female participation in workplace health promotion and wellness programs. The most quoted when we were talking to them, concerns were confidentiality, privacy, and lack of time. So most of them were hurrying. Maybe there are other factors that other studies may find concerning the time deficiency or lack of time, or maybe confidentiality issues that arises when you are handling these matters. This study also highlighted the need for routine workplace health promotion and wellness programs to address gender disparities. So when we are planning these programs, we need to look at everybody in the gap, that every participant, those who are not going to take part, what could be the problem. The findings suggested the importance of integrating wellness programs into institutional culture, ensuring sustainability and long-term benefits for trainers and students. Efforts should be made to encourage greater female participation, of course, by addressing those issues that we raised, because we could be running these programs, but the gist of the participants are not getting help. So recommendations that we drafted from this is that there should be collaboration with stakeholders when we are planning these events to make sure that the stakeholders, basically from even participants and the organizers, should be able to put everything in place to make sure that issues are addressed early enough, such as healthcare professionals and that organization. Comprehensive program evaluation and further studies need to be conducted so that we get to know how can we address those barriers that are preventing maybe the female and young girls from attending the program. So continuation of the recommendation is that wellness programs should be made more accessible to female participants. We could do things like private and comfortable environment for these participants by maybe organizing private tents for staff and for different genders, and providing private screening tents, maybe separate for staff and for students, to encourage everybody to take part in our programs. That is the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another clap? Well, these findings are quite thought-provoking. I'm not too sure. But then again, you said this was not a research. It was an observation from what you've been doing in the college. Okay, so the floor is yours. You can interrogate it. Yes.
I think you need to look into psychosocial factors as factors in this gender gap you have been talking about. The average woman is likely to be far more religious than the man, and is likely to trust in God that nothing will happen to me, quote and unquote. I think when we are trying to bridge this gap, we are going to find out that it's a very important fact. Women have far more trust in God than the rest of us. And when you advise them, go to the hospital, they say, God will take care of me. God is in control. So I think it's a fact, something you must do.
Other reactions? That's very interesting. Yeah, the spiritual part. I don't know if your countrymen would say the same thing about women not being the first ones to go to hospital. Okay? No. Yeah.
In Germany, women care more than men for their health. That's true. Yeah. They're more interested in their health because maybe they feel responsible for family and so on. And I don't know why that is, but we have the experience that women care more for their own problems, health problems.
Thank you. Anyone else?
All right, thank you. Now, mine is on the title. You were saying that, no, I didn't hear what the chair said, that you were saying this is not a study. Then, but what you are projecting there, to me, it turns to be a study. But even if it's not a study or not, but just look at the title, it looks like it's more of, it is in-house. If you really want it to pass, I would recommend that you make it a case study. Like you are talking of healthy seeking behavior among participants during a workplace health promotion and wellness program in different institutions. A case study of that way, you can easily come and generalize somehow that I did a case study of one institution in Kenya. Others as it is, to me, it's not going to be published. It's too narrow. The scope is too narrow. So think on how you can formulate that so that it really opens up the scope, or if you narrow it, let it be a case study of this institution. Then your finding, to me, is unique, though Rover already say that it's common maybe in Nigeria. But I thought here in Kenya, it is the other way around. Ladies to go to hostels more than husbands. I don't know. But this is a finding which we need justified, because other literatures might really not agree with that finding of yours. Yeah, I think those are my observations, the title and the scope, and the frequency of the gender in those terms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eliot. Thank you for your thought-provoking information that you've shared with us. Like you have been advised, we could take it further with a real population of people, and then you'll hear the real feelings of other people. Thank you, people. Thank you for this
Maybe
session.
I could respond to one of them.
Sorry?
Maybe if I could respond to one of them. I know the sugars are low.
But I think it was his opinion. It's okay. Yeah. Okay, no opinion will go here because it's not a research. It's something you're trying to share with us. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Terry. Yeah. So I'll hand over to the college.
Thank you so much. May I take this time to welcome Madam? Then I will give you way forward after Madam. Welcome, Madam Principal.
Thank you very much. I had spoken in the morning, but allow me to say in the course of the day we have been joined by other colleagues. Perhaps we did not have the opportunity to introduce them. Next to me is he's younger than me, but we call them our elder brother, the Eldoret National Poly. I was trying to say hello. I don't know if we have others in the house. It's only you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my sister. My name is Fred Charles, the Chief Principal at the National Polytechnic. It's a pleasure to be with you. I would have been here yesterday, but we had a meeting with the CS and the PS, and we wish you well. We share these ceremonies together. That is why we are here. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Here is the director. I know it's lunchtime, but I want also to say I'm very happy to participate in such a session where the friends, in fact, I'm very happy from Para. Good. From good. I think you can also give us tickets. We can be there. Otherwise, Mr. Ronnie Barasa, Principal of Moibeni Technical and Vocational College. So also, in fact, I'm also doing my study on the trainers' competence. The trainers' competency and how they influence skills acquisition. So I'm graduating in December. I'll be a doctor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barasa is the principal, Moibeni, one of our many mentees. And like you saw yesterday, we had quite a number of them. We are happy that you joined us, even as we come to the end of it. My brother Koech, thank you so much for finding time. Yesterday, Polly was represented by the deputy principal in charge of administration. If we do not have anyone else who has not been introduced, I want to say thank you once again for being with us, for being so patient. I think we made it a habit, lunch to Nakula after 2. We started yesterday. It means we are eating lunch after 2 since yesterday. So I guess that has been said since this conference. I do not know. I think the papers have been very interesting and very, very engaging. Thank you so much. Back to the programmer.
Thank you, Madam President. So may I take this time to welcome you for lunch. Our students will go to dining hall. Our guests, I think you will go to our restaurant there. Before we proceed to our lunch, let me welcome Madam Juliet to pray for us. Welcome.
We are praying. Our Father who art in heaven, we come before your presence this afternoon. We want to thank you, Lord, for the gift of our lives. Thank you, Lord, for the gift of the day. Thank you for the presentations that we've had. As we are going for our lunch, Lord, we want to invite you so that you may bless our meal. This is our prayer, believing and trusting in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Okay, so after lunch, we will assemble all of us here. After lunch, we are going to take only 30 minutes.
And here, when the students were pitching, their ideas were very raw. However, we used this stage to allow them to inquire more about their ideas as a team, individually, and also together with experts. And through training and of course through this sharing of ideas, they were able to ensure that their ideas were workable. In addition, we used collaboration as the fifth component of project-based learning, and participatory approaches were adopted throughout the project, both individual participation, community participation, and you can see there again, there's some students out there in the field. Some of these students were even participating with other students who are not really in their pairs or in their teams. We then focused on the sixth component, which is employability skills, and remember employability data collection and you can see and both the monitoring and evaluation and documentation of experiences enabled as the youth to take corrective actions in a timely manner. Monthly progress reports were also given, whereby they were able to get lessons learned and best practices. So the project sites were in Nairobi, Kajiado and Makueni, and Nairobi represented the urban poor populations, and here we were focusing on the use of spaces to conduct agricultural activities like in the slums. And then in Kajiado and Makueni, this represented the semi-arid areas, and here the community members were able to take up alternative farming approaches as an alternative livelihood. So our output at a glance, we had a total of 8 winning innovations that were selected, and the number of youth champions involved in this project was 16. The number of households that were recruited by these OICs were 187. And 11 saving and credit groups were formed with a total of 182 members. And during the short period that these groups were formed, they were able to save at USD 450 with USD 60 advanced as loans. 3 OIC teams assisted formation and registration of groups and organizations, and 94% of households who are involved in this project proved adoption of the innovations, with a 21% increase in food production. In conclusion, the project concluded that project-based learning is a useful approach to training youth in tertiary institutions. This, of course, is as they prepare to transit to the labor market. They're able to design, develop, and implement youth-led solutions which are responsive to community needs. Also, we realize that linking tertiary level learners with community using PBL is quite viable because it leads to a smarter workforce applying community-oriented solutions. We therefore recommend that PBL should be encouraged in tertiary level education. It enhances the likelihood of students emerging as young leaders and capacity enhancers, driving sustainable community projects. So let me quickly take you through the OIC and project teams. In Kajiado, we had Brian and Maski, who called their innovation Kilimo Sasa, where they promoted vertical gardens for increased yield in Kajiado Township. We also had La City and Pauline Wakulima Nisisi. They used bio-intensive farming methods in Wasokedong, Kajiado County. We also had Kennedy and Ian Lima SmartNet, smart technology using shade nets for vegetable farming in Isinya, Kajiado County. In Nairobi, we had Isaac and Stephanie Ukulima Mtaani. They utilized limited space in Kayole, Soweto, which is a slum in Nairobi, for vegetables and rabbit rearing. We also had Kevin and Steven. Their project was called Info for Food, whereby they used innovative approaches of food preservation for vegetable and fruits using low-cost technology in Jadaine, Nairobi. We had Kilimo Mdogo Mdogo by Tracy and Caroline. They used the SACNET technology to grow vegetables to drive food security in Maringo in Nairobi. We also had 2 other teams, and these were based in Makueni County. Peter and Isabel Punguza Uharibifu improvised a cold room for small vegetable traders in Wote Market, Makueni, and Wakulima Nisisi biointensive farming methods in Wasokedong, Kajiado County. This was by Jacqueline and Calvins. So as mentioned earlier, these are the project team members, with our principal investigator being Dr. Lucy Katuri Ogola. There was also myself and 2 gentlemen who are from an NGO called EMSA Kenya. We also had our Charlene Van Leeuwen from the University of Prince Edward Island in Canada, and Steven Morade, who was the project coordinator. And would like to thank the funders of this project. It was funded by BMCG, that is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and these are the project team members and the OIC. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Our contribution.
Mr. Chairman, I want to congratulate the Center for an excellent job. I'm just curious, what was the most surprising or important finding of your study? What surprised you? Or did you meet everything as you anticipated?
Thank you, Professor, for your good question. The most surprising thing was how the youth could actually take up agricultural enterprises with a lot of passion, with a lot of zeal. And yet, the youth have been portrayed as wanting white-collar jobs. All these innovative enterprises were successful. So actually, I found that to be very, very surprising, and maybe Dr. Lucy also, if you have anything to add, you could add to that.
Thank you. Just that also for us to know the youth who are involved are not in the School of Agriculture. That was very, very impressive. They were from economics, from business, from other specialties, not agriculture, and yet they were able to pull it off. I think that was a very good finding for us.
Any other?
Indeed, that was a very good presentation and project that can make an impact in the society. Now, mine is just feeling for the youth that you vetted out. Did you just bring them out in the poll, or are you going also to take them up as you progress with your project? Then the other thing is, what challenges did you experience as you implemented ETS or YS projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, the initiatives were very successful, and some of these youth have actually taken up these enterprises and are still moving on with them. Actually, as a requirement of the funders, we have been giving feedback on the initiatives. This is the third year running, and we are supposed to do that for about 5 years. So they are actually continuing with these initiatives. Some of them, we have even read some articles that they have done on papers. We still have a connection with them. So we still get feedback from them, and they are continuing with these projects. Also, the second question, Dr. Lucy, would you like to take that?
I think one of our main challenge is because we had required them to self-pay. We had at least two of those groups not gelling very well in the beginning, and that sort of tended to delay their progress because they had self-paid, yes, but they had some teething problems to take off as a team. That was one of the challenges of pairing the youth, and the other one was now the youth adopting to the hard-to-reach areas, having been just fourth years who are going to the labor market. Some of them had challenges with adopting to the hard-to-reach areas. As you see, we're working in slums and the asset areas. Those are the two main challenges. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so.
So thank you for the good presentation. Thank you for food security and food nutrition, the food systems. We have a challenge in this country. So from your presentation, I've seen that there are so many innovations around the project. But from experience, I work as an extension officer. Every day I meet the farmers, and I've run through the process that passing through the university, for example, didn't qualify me to do extension. So much of what I do, I run in the field. So as you are saying, these students might be from any other, but as long as they understand, they can do the job. But I have one, reservation that there was a process. I don't know how much time you took to train them before they went to the ground. Because what I realized is that I received so many of the university students or ones from the TVETs to come and do extension with the farmers. But most of the time, fresh from the university, they cannot deliver. So for example, we go to the farm and the technologies they're offering are from the books. And the books and the reality are two different things. I came to learn later on. So I don't know how practical was that, because normally I run a similar program, but for me is to make that these youth are in entrepreneurship. They are making money out of the food sector. So what we do, we take through them an incubation process, a mentorship process for around 1 year before we release them to the ground. So how practical was it? What was the challenge? Were they really able to have this innovation time? And if I was to scale out this program, because we need food in this country, what are the modalities? Thank you.
Just so that you can respond together with my question, which is just picking up from her last bit. With the project having been completed, what plans are there to scale it up so that many youth take up agriculture and many youth around Kenya can reach out to their communities with the kind of innovations they're coming up with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the whole process of the training of the youth and sending them into the field took about 8 months with follow-up. We had trained supervisors, field supervisors, who followed up in the field. We also went as the project team to follow up and ensure that they were able to implement their innovative solutions. So, like I said earlier, it was very surprising to see that these youth actually took up these agricultural innovative enterprises and actually ran with it. It was very surprising. And all the youth need is the training and the support. If they can get that, I believe we can get more youth into the agricultural sector in our country, which is the backbone of the country. So, and then the plans to scale up, we are really trying to look for additional funding, given that we have seen that this model works. So we are still in the process of trying to get funding. Remember, I mentioned that this was a pilot project, so it was on a very small scale. Like you have seen, we only had 8 groups with 16 youth. So we are actually in the process of trying to get additional funding now to roll it out full scale. Thank you.
Thank you, let's appreciate her. I know there is a lot you can ask, but we would like to request that in case you have something to ask, you can see her later. as we move to the next level. So at this point, we want to be informed of what has been happening from yesterday until today, the last presenter. In that case, I'd like to invite the Chief Rapporteur to come and give us a summary of what has taken place since we started this conference. I'd like to inform you that I'm giving you only 5 minutes, then we'll be done.
Thank you. I'll be as brief as possible. My name is Odero, and I was the Chief Rapporteur for the whole conference. So, a total of 109 people from 7 countries, that's Germany, South Africa, Tanzania, Algeria, Nigeria, and Kenya, sent papers with an intention to present in this conference. And I'm happy to say that Algeria presented, Tanzania presented, Nigeria presented, South Africa presented, and Kenya also presented. So subsequently, from the 109, 103 met the threshold for presentation and were therefore invited for the conference. So on the first day, the conference commenced with the opening ceremony by the representative of the PS and also the launching of the 8th edition of our annual RVTTI journal. We had keynote speeches from Kevin Okubo on behalf of the CEO Kenya and Elizabeth Mairura, who represented the Goethe Institute. As in the previous years, this year also offered a blended experience, that is, we had both online and physical presentations. So we had 24 physical papers in the afternoon and 7 online papers, bringing together a total of 31 on the first day. We witnessed several papers. Some of you are present to see what happened. Equally, this year we streamed online and we had a total streaming viewership of 242 for both days. The second day saw a presentation of 19 papers, though others came slightly later. So the number may rise a little bit, around 4 or 5. We had 6 presentations online, so bringing to a total of 25 that we have done today. So I will sum, let's say that for the whole conference, it's around 55 papers, considering the last that came within the last few hours. We want to say thank you as the committee, the research team of RVTTI, and because I've been given 5 minutes, I'll be faithful to that and say thank you. God bless you.
Thank you for being a good, thank you for being anyway. So let's clap for him. I think we have done a lot, we have done well. So right from yesterday until today, thank you so much. Now together, I'd like us to appreciate all the presenters from yesterday until today in the Nyayo style. Those of us who are born during the Nyayo style. So let's remember our Nyayo by clapping the way he used to do it.
How?
Okay. We once had a president called President Moi, who used to have his style of clubbing, and that's what I want us to follow. So kindly, you will allow us, those who are Kenyans, to lead in the clubbing. So we count 1, 2, 3. Then as we close, we say funga, and then fungua. Open and you do what? Close. So that's how we do it. Aya, twende, 1, 2, 3, funga, fungua. We will not forget our system, yeah? Thank you so much. Now, we want to say this, that thank you, the presenters, for what you've done. Thank you so much for the innovators out there. They have really done their work. And for those of us who went through the innovations, I think we've seen something, we've learned something. And the innovators, I'm told that you've taken some notes to improve your innovations so that in the future, we can do even better and others, we scale them into commercial level. So at that point, we like to invite Graham, who was in charge of the innovation, to lead us through the presentation of the awards for the innovators. Thank you. Let's clap for him.
All distinguished guests, principals, ladies and gentlemen who've traveled far and wide to get here, I salute you all. Good afternoon. I take this opportunity to once again welcome you all to this wonderful occasion, the RVTTI 11th International Conference 2023. This is actually a multifaceted occasion that encompasses both scholarly written research papers as well as fabricated innovations done by students, with guidance from supervisors drawn from the respective trainers and technicians across the board. My name is Graham Milakituzi, a trainer from the Rift Valley Technical Training Institute in the Department of Computing and Informatics. I sit in the panel of judges for the RVTTI Annual Innovation Contest. The team comprises of both internal and external judges drawn from RVTTI and various universities across the country. It is therefore my pleasure to announce the results of this year's Innovation Contest, being the 7th Annual Innovation Contest held at RVTTI grounds. Before I let the cat out of the bag, I would first of all like to give a brief procedure of how to successfully enter into the innovation contest, since it forms the basis of the rules of engagement between the innovator and the host institution. First and foremost, the entry portal to the innovation contest begins with the applicant visiting the RVTTI website and accessing the entry form, which is downloadable via the site in Word document format. The document is filled by the applicant, documenting all that appertains of the ownership, partnership, the writer of the innovation, as well as the intellectual property registration details. The form is sent to RVTTI's innovations email highlighted at the end of the document within the timeframes communicated through the website, as well as correspondence email sent to respective applying institutions. The write-ups are judged by a panel of judges and marked out of a total of 40 marks. This forms the first phase of judging, otherwise known as the pre-judging. The document should clearly speak out as well as display what the innovation is. It is at this point where a successful applicant is invited for the contest through their respective institutions to physically present themselves with their complete innovations for field judging that should be showcased to the public as a means of marketing the innovation, as well as judges to perform their site judging. A total score for the second phase is 60 marks for the pre-judging, 60 marks. The marks for the pre-judging and the final judging are summed up together to form the final mark. So before I maybe give an account of the innovations that we've had for this particular event, I would like to answer a very simple question. In the context of RVTTI Innovation Contest, what is a complete innovation? In the context of RVTTI Innovation Contest, a complete innovation is one which has completed all the cycles of development and has got market presence. A complete innovation has the write-up completely filled, evidence of prototyping presented, and full registration patent issued for the innovation, and the innovation showcased for judging. For this year's innovation contest, a total of 7 institutions participated. Those are the Nairobi Technical Training Institute with 3 innovations, Kabete National Polytechnic with 6 innovations, the Eldoret National Polytechnic with 3 innovations, the Rift Valley Technical Training Institute had 13 innovations, Nyandarua National Polytechnic had 3 innovations, Nyeri National Polytechnic had 1 innovation, Kisii National Polytechnic had 1 innovation. This brings the total number of innovations to 30. Comments from judges. Comments from the judging desk came up with a number of views based on the innovations that were judged, and they actually sent me to present these to the innovators. Number 1 was that most presenters were not the real owners of the innovation. Secondly, 80% of the innovations were not complete or not working and therefore not market ready. Thirdly, there was recycling of innovations year in, year out with little or no improvement. We have some products that had to bear the KEB certification mark, which was not present in most of the consumables that were showcased. Most innovations lacked copyright, and those that were copyrighted bore names of other persons other than the innovators. And lastly, there were 2 worthy innovation titles for others. So summatively, this actually summed up the results that were tabulated for this year's innovation contest. And at this point, I would like to announce to you that none of the innovations met the threshold mark of 60, and therefore none of them qualified for any award. However, participating institutions and innovators are encouraged to take part in future contests, improve on the already existing ones to reach new heights in terms of quality. The results for this year's innovation contest will be posted to their respective innovators through their respective institutions in due course. This is in line with this will come as an attachment, the recommendations that have been done by the judges for each particular innovation. From the Research and Innovations Desk, RVTTI is much humbled to have all the innovators taking part in this event and making it a success, and looks forward for such collaborations in future. As I exit the podium, I leave you with one thought, that success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. That's by Winston Churchill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bram, for wonderful presentation. And there's always room for making it better. Even there is always a second chance for improvement. Now, at this point, I'd like to invite the principal, RVTTI, to come and recognize any other guest who has come and then give a remark. Finally, invites the chief principal, Eldoret National Polytechnic. Let's clap for her as she comes forward.
Thank you. Our chief guest, Deputy Director, Mr. Isalambo, presenters, the editorial team, and all participants, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think we just had lunch a few minutes ago, so it's still afternoon. I stand here to sincerely appreciate you for the role that you played to make this conference successful. It's not been normal for us not to award the innovations, but I want to say that notwithstanding what the judges have said, that we still allow the presenters to just be appreciated, the innovators. to just stand, and we appreciate them for all the efforts that they have put forth. I'm requesting the judges, I'm not disputing your verdict. I'm only kindly saying, and we allow them to stand and then we applaud them. They have done well. Innovators, please stand. Very much. We owe it to you that you made the place colorful. You can imagine if they were not there, it would have been very boring. So we thank you very much. In the category that was there, we had a team that were not students, but we gave them the opportunity to also showcase their products. I do not know if they're here. The prisons department, they are out there. We want to clap for them because they have contributed to our conference and how colorful it has been. Let me see how many of us picked something. I will not ask you to display what it is. Yes, they had very beautiful things. Thank you. Thank you for supporting them. I have promised to pick one. They have also said you can place an order for something that you wish to be done for you, and I'm sure you've seen the products are very fine. Those of us ladies who wear things around our necks, you can give them what you like and they'll do it for you. And those of us men, I don't know what we wear, the belts and the caps and the, what are they called, this one? Yes, all that, they can actually do as you wish. They do as by your design. So we sincerely appreciate them. I don't know if they're coming because I wanted us to clap for them. Okay, when they come, we will clap, right? Okay, thank you very much for accepting that we appreciate them for what they have done. One other group that probably sometimes we miss them out is the team that has really ensured that we ate and we are all okay. Are they here? Hamna at a representative, the catering team. There is one here, though she has. Yes, the catering department, we sincerely appreciate you. That one we can clap. Please take our appreciation. Yes, this is the team, and we just want to appreciate you. Perhaps if you don't mind, we can give one of them, we just say a word. I don't know who is the team leader. Team leader, you can say one word. Karibu sana.
Yes, good afternoon. Kwa niaba ya kanisa yetu tunashukuru sana kwa yale makaribisho yetu, especially the principal tunashukuru sana kwa yale makaribisho yetu. On behalf of the officer in charge, on behalf of the officer in charge, Garia Prison and Garia Main Prison and Eldoret Main Prison and Eldoret Women Prison. We say thank you for the warm welcome and
vile tumekaa na nyinyi hapa. Najua nyinyi ndio mtakuwa wateja wetu mambo ya biashara, sio mambo ya kuwa clients kwa mambo ya biashara. Sasa tunashukuru sana na vile tumewapatia namba zetu, we will contact Eldoret Prison. Tuko na showroom pale main ya Mukli, tuko na showroom Eldoret Prison yenye ina cover our district, lakini ukitaka kuunda item ama kununua item kutoka prison either ya Eldoret ama ya Ngenia, unaweza organize na ile namba yenye tutawapatia ya officer in charge Eldoret Industry ama Eldoret in Ngenia Prison. Namba yangu ni unaweza andika wale wanatoka side ya naitwa nani cases 0720 8934. Hiyo ni namba yangu yenye kutaka item ya industry side hii, lakini pia ukitaka main prison unaweza pika hiyo namba, alafu unaweza direct hapo mkubwa wangu mwenye hapo Eldoret main, utapata hiyo item yako, na kama kubwa unaweza kupelekea mpaka kwako. Especially si uliona ile kitanda, kuna kitanda hapo smart sana, tunaweza kupelekea mpaka kama wewe uko within hii region yetu ya Eldoret, tunaweza kupelekea mpaka nyumbani. Alafu ya mwisho salamu kutoka mkubwa wetu Mr. Parayo, alikuwa hapa tangu jana na angekuwa na sisi, lakini ni ile ameenda, kulikuwa na mazishi kwa mkubwa wetu Mr. Kenya, ni regional commander, alikuwa na msiba, alipoteza msasi wake mwingine. Hata waisi na waja tu niwapatie madamu wetu kutoka Eldoret Women awasalamie. Pia tuko na akikuja, tuko na miche. Sisi tulipatiwa 15 million miche ya kupanda kwa hii season ya yetu. Sasa tutapanda 15 million miche. Ukiwa tayari unaweza kuja kununua kwetu. Nadhani madam pia alipatiwa sehemu yake. Alipatiwa sehemu yake ya kupanda miche ya hizo zingine. Sasa madam kuja. Sasa lakini pia kuna ile ya soko. Ukitaka grafted avocado ama hiyo simuliana matunda pale. Sajeni nani? Huyo anasimamia laini ya nini? Agroforest. Karibu na.
Good afternoon. Sina mengi ya kusema. Tumeshukuru mlitukaribisha Madam Principal, tunasema asante. Kwa niaba ya Eldoret Command, hiyo ni women na main, tunasema asante na karibuni huko. Sijasema karibu huko wafungwa, nimesema karibu huko. Iko mandugu huko hata wanahitaji usaidizi. Unajua huko kuna wenye walifanya makosa na hata msasi anasema apotelee huko. So ni kama ndugu ukileta sabuni Mungu anakubariki. Hata Biblia anasema tembelea mtu huko. So hata huko tuko na watoto. So karibuni, mnakuja kuona huko, msiogope. Unajua jela ni kama sitani. Wewe sijua ukiingia. Wanaweza kuwa wanakukosa mwizi, alafu wanakubaka tu hapo. Sasa wanasema ni wewe. So karibuni huko, mnatembea tu, hakuna maneno. Pale tuko na industry na tuko na showroom. Tunashona vitu mingi, kila aina ya vitu yenye unataka unapata pale. Asanteni. Kwa majina naitwa Inspector Leche Mjora. Karibuni tena.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I don't have much to say. I just want to thank the entire family of RVTTI for the warm welcome. We say thank you. It was our first time, but we felt as if we are at home. So you are much welcome to our institution in good faith. It's not the other way. I've been hearing people murmuring, but in good faith. There we have clients. Those are the things we have been doing there to rehabilitate. Ukiona hizo vitu zimeundwa hapo, that's rehabilitating. So yule mtu akitoka huko nje hata kwa mhalifu, he'll be in a better position to save his or her life outside. So thank you. If you need any type of variety of all trees, including avocado, all those grafted, mangoes, I can give you my contact.
Yes.
We can do business outside there.
Yes.
So I say thanks. My number is 0729 688 742. Thank you and be blessed.
Hello. Usiseme tulileta kitu kidogo. Ilikuwa mingi. Yetu vitu mingi ilienda show ya Nairobi. Sasa ingekuwa tungeleta lori mzima, lakini lori mzima ilienda Nairobi. Sasa ndio ukaona tulileta kitu kidogo. Kuna items kama antique, vitu vitanda, kuna vitanda hata ziko zaidi ya hiyo. Kuna zaidi kama mambo ya viti. Kuna dining, kuna hii comfortable sisi ziko pale. Ukitaka hata ukipata ile yenye umeona mahali, ukitaka design unatuletea tu, tunakuchapisha iwe kwa mbao. Otherwise tumeshukuru. Mungu awabariki. Naitwa Inspector Samuel Limo from Nigeria.
Tupigie makofi. So, as I said, you can be a client in two ways. Let's choose the first one, so that we are safe. Otherwise, we appreciate your coming, we appreciate your time, we appreciate your products. I'm sure that you're going to increase the number of your clients. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So our guests from Nigeria and Eldoret prisons, we want to say thank you very much for joining us. Yes, it was the first time, and I think we are going to be partners, but not not in crime. So we will be partners in building the nation and supporting each other to ensure that we achieve the better agenda. So colleagues, we had agreed we are going to appreciate them by the Nyayo clubs. Now, my brother from South Africa and Nigeria and my sister from Germany, now you know what Nyayo is. So we do moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Thank you very much. You're good students. Yeah, that's all right. I do not know if I have left any other visitor, but I want to say for our staff, I can only say thank you. You have done us proud. We couldn't have this if you did not participate the way you did. It would be difficult to single out. Someone else will be able to come and appreciate all of us, give a vote of thanks. But I just want to say thank you. You made it happen. We can only say thank you. God bless you. I had spoken yesterday. Today was not my day to talk. So allow me to invite my my brother. He's not just the chief principal, but he is the deputy chair of CATI. And perhaps before he makes his speech, he will be able to recognize all the other CATI members present. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you, Madam. Our chief guest for this day, the Director TVET, represented by the Deputy Director, the Chair of the Editorial Board, Dr. Wawil, I think I got it right, the Board of Governors for the Eldoret National, for the RVTTI, sorry for that, for RVTTI, the Principal and the Research Committee, researchers from all over the globe, and innovators, the many professors in the house. I have seen Professor Chumba, we have so many professors in the house, the sponsors and the exhibitors, students, staff of the RVTTI, and everyone who is in this room. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. I am standing here on behalf of the Eldoret National Polytechnic and also in my own right as the National Deputy Chair of CATI. CATI stands for the Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. And so I have a constituency that I represent. And if I don't recognize them, I may not be re-elected next time elections are recorded. I am requesting all the principals of the CATI fraternity and their representatives who are here to kindly stand up so that we recognize them. All the principals and the representatives. Have they been introduced? We did it yesterday. So can we acknowledge them? Let's give them a clap. Thank you. The Kenya Association of Technical Training Institute now has in excess of 250 institutions represented. And yesterday, I think I had explained earlier that the reason why I was not able to be with you during the official opening was because we had a meeting, the Governing Council had a meeting with the CS and the PS. And I know you may be eager to know what transpired. The issues of capitation have been discussed. The issues of promotion, especially for those of us who missed out in the earlier round of promotions, are being addressed. The issues of higher education fund application portal, which has become a challenge to a number of our trainees, is also being addressed. So we have good news from the CS, but I know better news would be relayed by our chief guest, who is here this evening. We want to acknowledge on behalf of CATI, the RVTTI, and commend them for a good job. Well done. A clap for them. RVTTI are celebrating the 11th International Research Conference, and that is no mean achievement. And we applaud them, please. We encourage you to continue. We are learning. Through these forums, we exchange ideas, we generate knowledge, we also challenge each other, and therefore, together we can be able to grow as the CATI fraternity. Having done that, it is now my humble duty to welcome the chair of the editorial board, who will make some remarks and continue the program from there. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Our chief guests, chief principal, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the editorial team, May I say we are so excited for the kind of presentations that we have seen this year. It's an improvement from last year. I think we keep improving. So what I wanted to see by show of hands, how many people in this house have presented between yesterday and today? Yeah, this is quite a big number. Big clap for them. How many didn't present? No, what? Okay, I'm encouraging those who did present. You have a chance next year. So when we put the call, make sure this time you also be part of it, part of us in 2024. God willing, we shall still have another conference, maybe the 12th. And so you have also a chance to present next year. As editorial board, we have done quite some work. We went through all those papers in form of abstracts. And the quality we saw was quite a big improvement, as I said. But we are hoping that when you're doing your final paper for publishing, because we shall consult those that we shall filter for final publishing, you'll make them better, especially the areas that have been commented on from the floor. Make sure you take those comments positively so that you can improve your paper as we put it in the journal. Because when you put a paper in the journal, you're opening it to criticism, the outside world. And our journal is also online, so it can be read by anybody in America, Europe, South Africa, Japan. So it becomes international. So you find some small mistakes should not be such a journal. So take the comments in a positive way as you do the final paper, so that you can make it even better than it is right now. For those students, those doing their masters and respective courses, PhDs, this is a good avenue to publish. Because sometimes you are told you need to publish 1 or 2 papers. Our journal is also quoted in the Harvard DOI number. So I think it might be acceptable in your place of work or your institutions. Nowadays, here in our place, they are very strict on the references, referee journals. Because we have these other journals, predatory journals that are out there, we are discouraging predatory journals where you pay some money to publish anything. Some of the papers you are seeing in those predatory journals are not refined at all. And they become embarrassing when you say you publish in some of those journals. So please do it in the right journal, like the journal we are calling RVTTI journal. So we wish to thank also the management for the support they have given us this year, same as they did the previous years. If it was not for the management, I don't think we could be where we are. So we also thank you, we are humbled for the support we are getting. Can we clap for management? Finally, yesterday we introduced the editorial team, but we had a few members missing yesterday, and they are here today. So maybe we can allow the members to stand again, if you don't mind. I know it's after lunch, but you can stretch by standing so that we recognize the editorial team. Yeah, today they are more than yesterday. Can we clap for the editorial team? This is the team that is working on your paper, sacrifice their time to look at those papers, and we are hoping we shall continue working together. Our editorial team pass across. We have people from Nigeria, Germany, South Africa, Kenya, and all over. So these are multidisciplinary teams. They are multidisciplinary, they are in various areas, various specializations, and so they do help us. You can sit down. So thank you very much. I won't call you to introduce your names, to call up your names, but I think you have, the crowd has seen you. So for me, I just appreciate the guest of honor for also finding time to come and grace
and ensure that take our appreciation to all the principals. Allow me to thank the RVTTI Secretariat. They would not have worked this well if they had not been guided by our able principal, Madam Lois Yachor. Thank you very much for guiding this team throughout the preparation until the success of this event. Last but not least, allow me to thank the presenters. We could not have had this day if the presenters had not shown interest, had not been vetted and successfully gone through, and had not taken time to come. Because you can actually give us the papers, you can send them online, and miss to come, then the function would not really be a success. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. We also have partners. We have quite a number of partners led by GTZ. We have Dagote, Gothe. We have, where are they? I hope they are still here with us. I really want to recognize them, because without their support, probably we would not have come this far. So we want to continue praying that you continue supporting us, especially now the prisons. You have become our big partner. You could have seen the crowd that was at their tent. They were actually an attraction. So please, let's join hands in enhancing the skills of our youth. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Last but not least, I felt very sad when I was seated there and we were told there's no innovator to be awarded. Then I asked myself, then where did the conference lead us to? Really, what we want is innovation. And I was very happy at the end of it all, the principal was able to recognize them. That attempt is what we want, because it's those several attempts that will get us to what the society wants. So let's give a hearty clap to those people. The innovators do not give up. They see light at the end of the tunnel. Keep trying. Now, we cannot have achieved all this without the grace of God. So let's give a standing ovation to God. We want to thank God for this day. As we part ways, remember we also networked. So give a thanksgiving to your friend by giving a handshake. Thank you so much. May God bless you. May God bless you. Thank you. Last but not least, may our guests remain standing. The rest of us can sit. Our guest, our chief guest for today, please remain standing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had requested that we do it differently, and I wish to request my sister, Gesine, to quickly come and award our guest, so that when he stands, we will not stand again. So please come this way. You're awarding him? Big hand. Yes. Yes. So you award our guest. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for finding time in your busy schedule. And now allow me to invite him to make his speech and dismiss us. Can we stand as we ask him to come forward?
Thank you. Be seated, please. We were told to start by saying I'm humbled to be here this evening. Madam Chief Principal, the Kati fraternity, led by the Deputy Chair Kati, our editorial team, led by the Chief Editor, our partners who have been mentioned, and our researchers and innovators and presenters from the rest of Africa and the world, GIZ, our partner, our development partner, Kenya Prison Service, who have come in as partners and will continue to work with you. Researchers, innovators, TVET students, good evening. I hope I'm right, it's evening. I stand here on behalf of our Director, Technical Training, and I want to start before I read the official speech. And I gave a rider, we must give an official speech so that I'm not misquoted. TVET has been decided as the way to go for this country. And as we continue to implement the better bottom-up economic transformation model, TVET is at the base of this. And it can only happen when we have the right research and innovation. I have personally gone round, I've listened to most of the presentations today, and it's really exciting to know that this is happening in TVET. RVTTI is presenting for us the 11th International Conference, and it's important to note that this was the first TVET conference in this country. It happened here, and that is why RVTTI continues to be a center of excellence. For those who don't know, RVTTI is a center of excellence in the East African region for TVET. So indeed, as we come here, we are in a place that is making Kenya proud and is carrying the banner for the TVET in this country. The Ministry of Education, through TVET, is ensuring that we have enablers for the bottom-up economic transformation. We are enablers because all the people who will provide skills, all the people who will be able to change the life of young people are people who will be working with TVET and within TVET. So it is very humbling for us to be here. I listened to a number of the presentations and I could see the approaches both in Kenya and outside Kenya talking about the same thing. We are looking at the models for training in TVET. We are looking at engagement with our young people using different models. And this is what indeed we need to do. So, all of you seated here, I join you in celebrating this 11th Africa Conference for TVET. Now allow me to go forward. I will read. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be part of the 11th RVTTI International TVET Interdisciplinary Research Conference. The conference has presented an opportunity for us to gain knowledge from the various presentations here, and it is through such engagements that long-term professional collaborations are forged that will propel unlimited socio-economic development in this country. We live in a knowledge society, and so the role of research and innovation cannot be underestimated. To all present, I recognize your collective effort as the fuel that will drive this country into its intended destination and economic sustainability. Also worth mentioning are the participants who have made time and used their personal resources to attend the conference. Your sacrifice will not go empty. You will make a difference in this country and in the world. Remember, gaining knowledge translates to more wisdom and more power to go with it. Your participation is a great value to the researchers because the presentation will generate more questions And the questions will lead to more research and innovation. And it's important that all parties strive to benefit from what has been seen and what has been done today. Whichever way we look at this, it is a learning opportunity for the participants, for the researchers, for the innovators, and the world beyond. Indeed, it was noted that we had innovations. They may not have gotten an award, but being seen is an award enough, because comments were made and we will build on those comments to make it better. I have taken note of the theme of this year's, which touches on science, technology, and innovation in Tibet for sustainable economic development. The theme is our campus, to direct our research efforts towards areas which guarantee sustainable development. I am a student of research into use, and I'm happy to no, 38.6, which one is correct? Maybe I need to be corrected. But what I know is that many young people are unemployed. Many young people are apathetic. They are not sure what to do. And unfortunately, they become clients to some of our partners. I personally visited a Eldoret prison last year as part of a team that was monitoring what we call the test, the technical test by NITA. And I saw very many young people there, between the age of maybe 3-24. And I was very sad, because I said, this should be our students in the different institutions, and not your clients or partners. But we are happy you're doing something about it. You're training them. Which is reskilling, retooling our Tibet trainers. We now have 24 national polytechnics. We have about 223 other Tibets. Together with that, we have 1,256 vocational training centers cut across various counties in this country. And we have 1,765 private Tibets. All of them offering skills to the young people of this country. And this is the way to go. So the research done here should be applied in these institutions to even make Tibet training better. And I could hear innovative ways of training in Tibet. That is the way to go. We are hoping that our Tibets will also become industries. And there's no other place we can check like our partners from the Tibet, from the prison industries. They are an institution, but they are also undertaking production units, including even climate change efforts through tree planting and others. Our Tibet should take up that challenge and ensure that besides training, we are also undertaking entrepreneurial
activities to support what is given by government. We need to survive in this competitive global economy. We must be innovative. And this will only be achieved through research, and research that is useful to our society. It is worth noting that competency-based curriculum, which is being implemented at basic education, will converge with the TVETs in 2026 when we get into senior secondary. And so our TVET institutions must prepare for this and prepare well, so that when we get the CBC team joining CBET in senior secondary, we are prepared to help them get into the world of work with requisite skills. The State Department for TVET is collaborating with the State Department for Labor in the export, or what we are calling labor migration. We have had engagements, including a meeting this morning, where we want to have directed skills development. We are already getting orders of young men and women to work out there, and they'll have to be skilled properly, so that when they go out, they meet the expectation. In this regard, we thank the German development partners for supporting us in the enterprise program and the dual training, which, as was presented here, is the best way to get a skilled person to work in industry. For some time, we have had program-based training, which did not help this country. And that is why we encourage all the TVET institutions to take up competence-based education and training. There is no need for a person to go into a TVET institution and come out, as we are told by industry, half-baked. That is why we are implementing dual training. Moving on, the TVET training must be partially in industry and in the institution. And I'm happy to note that there were models that were showing us how that works, and it works well. So for TVET, it is now CBET, competency-based education and training. Our curriculum will be industry-led. The industry should prescribe to us the person they would like to have. The descriptor of the worker will come from industry, and the development of the curriculum will be together with industry, so that the people graduating from TVETs can fit into industry. To understand and solve challenges facing the new system of education, we must get into research and innovation. We must look at the various ways, the different methods of delivery of the skills training for our TVETs for us to succeed. And this conference is the best way to achieve this. My sincere gratitude goes to the management and staff of RVTTI for their efforts towards the success of this year's conference. Your consistency every year in promoting research and innovation is unmatched. You have lived up to the recognition as the East African Community Center of Excellence in TVET, and you have also been the champion behind the Afri-TVET Journal, which has endured the research findings and communicated to the people beyond FAR. This has made you one of the global sources of knowledge and innovation. Do not be limited by any boundaries at this juncture. And so allow me to acknowledge and appreciate the presenters and researchers in this Afri-TVET conference. We do not take your efforts for granted, and we hope that the editorial team will come up with the best so that this journal remains a reference point. I really appreciate all participants in this conference. Thank you very much for making it a success. Thank you, and God bless you all. It is now my duty to declare this international conference officially closed.
Let's give a better clap. Thank you so much. Thank you for making me this far. So, to this point, don't want to spend any other time because it's already closed. Allow me to make this announcement. One of the announcements is that our chief guest, led by Madam Principal, Kati, presenters, editorial board, we shall move out there. There is a desk for registration for tomorrow's excursion. Kindly the team in charge of that, you will guide us as we move down there. Another information will be given while at the desk down there. The rest of us will remain behind briefly as further communication is done. So thank you so much. May God bless you. We invite Madam Mary to give us a closing prayer, and then we take a group photo in front of our banner. So let's stand up as we get a prayer from Madam Mary.
The weather has been so good, so let's pray. Our Father and our God in heaven, in Jesus' name, we worship you this evening because you are good, and we've seen your faithfulness even up to this evening since we started this conference. And God, we are humbled because of your presence, because of the smooth flow of every activity that was planned. Thank you, my Father, for answering our prayers and giving us peace. We continue our seeking your face. And Lord, we need to know you more. We want to know you more. We want to be filled with your presence, with your wisdom. As your word says, ask anyone who lacks wisdom, let them ask. God, we pray that you give us wisdom on how to live, how to move, how to improve our lives for the glory of your name. Bless every visitor in this place, every participant, every student, every trainer. Lord, we pray for your blessings upon their life. For those who are traveling, we plead for your mercies. Those who are